Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Roll Hit Die presents our Friday night game of Saturday night game, Sunday night, whatever fucking night tonight is. I
What?
am really bad off tonight, so that should give us a good idea how the rest of the evening is going to go.
Oh God.
Today is Sunday, and we are playing Waterdeep. So thank you for joining us, and we'll see where this goes. Before I hand it off to Marcus, who's been so gracious as to deal with us during this time of gameplay. He deals with us twice a week now. So let's give him a little bit of a hand. No? Okay. So before we give it off to him, Roll20 is who we use to show you the nice map you have on the screen here, as well as any battle maps that we use, or artwork that is shown to the players as well as the viewers. So I'd like to give a shout out to them. You'll notice the miniature on the field there. I believe that's Balin, and that character was created through the Hero Forge subscription packet. Now, Hero Forge allows you to create your own custom minis. You can create different sizes, different poses, different races, different outfits, and you know, get whatever color you want to. But as a subscriber, you can actually turn that into a digital version and put it in your digital games. I believe now they actually allow you to put two characters on one base to kind of give you a, I don't know, like a combat feel or an action feel, or in Marcus's case, giving a lizard man a noogie. Down below in our description, we also have our link to Extra Life. So if you have not had a chance to check on that, or if you're able to do so again and you have before, click that link, go in there, and help give some money to the Children's Miracle Network and the Children's Hospitals to help out those kids. We see none of that. We just want to make sure we have an outlet that they can be used to assist them in any way possible. Also down there is the link for our Roll Hit Die website that Marcus has been working on. So if you haven't had a chance to click on that, go to Roll Hit Die and see what we've got going on there. Also, another website to check if you haven't had an opportunity to do so is gooeycube.com. They're a 5th edition world. It's been created mainly, it was initially created by a gentleman who calls himself, a gentleman named Kim, and he calls himself Alphinius Goo. Takes on the persona of a character he's used in games for a very long time. Him and his family and group have created this system for us to play in, and has gone a step farther and has asked the community to actually donate, different things, different parts of your campaign, and put it in there. So you may have a DM that you play with, and you go check out Gooey Cube and find out that, hey, that tavern that my DM had created for our campaign a few years ago, it's in, Darkenhaven. Or, in my case, there's 2 locations that we have put in. There is an encampment ran by a gentleman by the name of Roderick McBain, who takes in refugees and other people, teaches them how to fight, and turns around and sets them back loose so they can survive on their own. There's other places that you can visit, but if you haven't had a chance to, go to gooeycube.com and check them out. They're a great system. And a disclaimer for the rest of the evening: if you hear any minor whining or barking going on, Dragon has joined me in the room again today. We're going to see how he does with the space he has, and hopefully he doesn't have any messes this time like he has last time. Let's see. I believe that's all the announcements I currently have that I can think of. Marcus likes to do the other one, so I will let him do that one.
Oh, what makes you think I like to do the other one? Huh?
Fine. Down below are bubbles that you can collect by watching our
streams.
I
wanted to do that one.
See?
I'll fuck with you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marcus Scott. I will be running this chaotic group of misfits through a homebrew version of Waterdeep. What is the name of the actual? Dragon Heist. Thank you. Thank you very much. I say homebrew because, well, if you've seen any of our shows before, we don't believe in plot hooks and never follow them anyways. But you, the viewers, can manipulate this game by using your channel points that you see down below. Just chat where you enter your chat message. You can gain prizes for your favorite player or your favorite DM. You can give them advantage, disadvantage, gooey items, gooey rewards, and even dungeon master items such as Flame Blade, Dragon Slayer, or if you really love this group, you can submit a blessing to the Dragon Queen and have access to her horde. That'll allow every single player a free magical item. Now, with that said and done, if you are looking for insight, tips, tricks, something to screw your own GM or Dungeon Master over as you go through your own Dragon Heist campaign, you won't find that here.
What?
Because
Really?
yeah.
All you gotta do is do what we do.
Yeah. But if they want to know, secret vault locations and all that, it's not where I said they were. So, with that said, let's find out who this chaotic group of misfits are. Starting with, we'll go clockwise with our little tinkerer. It's itty bitty bitty bitty.
That'd be me. I am Dan Latham, also known as Shadrick Gar on Twitter, and I am portraying a fairy artificer named Sparks, Anthony Sparks, but you can call me Sparky. Now, mind you, I keep hearing this. Players don't follow plot hooks. I will have to put out a little bit of information on this. We do follow plot hooks. We follow plot hooks as if we're playing a game of Skyrim. Oh, look, a side quest. Let's go do that first. Oh, look, another side quest. Let's go do that first. Let's get all these side quests done and go turn them in at the same time. That's how we play, apparently.
Big and strong, and then we take on.
But Anthony Sparks is a little, like I said, a little fairy artificer who's been working diligently on toys and other objects, and apparently decided he wanted a portable hole. So now we're in the mix we are now to collect money to buy a said portable hole. So we had to do jobs, and we're currently on one of those as we speak. So following Anthony Sparks is our very aged individual who is a heartbreaker. From my understanding, the city streets of Waterdeep.
Maybe, mayhaps, who knows? My name is Curtis Ross. Tonight I am playing Balin. He is a blade singing wizard, the front line, the tank of the group, the chef, the cook, the candy maker, all the fun stuff, you know. The one that doesn't use a hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me. He is a Valinor High Elf. He uses magic and whatnot. Pokes things with his rapier. No armor. Just fancy dress.
Sorry. Like I said,
And then
we have Dragon in the background, and he is currently trying to chew on a tag instead of his nice big chewable hammer.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
So, following Balin, we have.
That leaves me. My name's Tara. Tonight I am playing Sue. They are a rogue fighter changeling. As a new rest is being taken, we'll see what they wake up as.
Wait, hold on.
I said rogue instead of ranger.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was
Ranger,
just going to get a clarification
fighter?
here. I thought it was
Ranger
a different
fighter.
R.
It's a gloomstalker bounty hunter, so I mean it might as well be a rogue, but no sneak attack, sadly. But yeah, a ranger fighter, perhaps after a sleep, who is a bounty hunter who thought that they wanted something a little more normal in life, but now are realizing that they don't mind the having somewhere to sleep, but they definitely don't want to be a front face of any business.
I mean, we just tell you to put your best face forward, and
No.
shouldn't take much. Just a little change here, a little change there.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's too much. Social interactions are a lot.
Okay.
It could be worse. It could be, psychic.
I don't want to do it.
On top of that.
No,
Oh
thank you.
yeah.
Nope.
Hearing everybody's thoughts.
Nope. No, thank you.
Cursive with mind reading. Alrighty. I guess that just leaves me. I will be running an NPC because, we can't really find anyone who likes to play healers. I know Sue can heal.
Yeah.
But I will be playing
The game I had decided to play healer on fizzled.
I'm sorry. But anywho's, I am playing a Haragon bard named Harvey, who is just a kid performer that got dragged into this weird adventure, and he's just trying to keep his new BFFs from dying.
That may be copyrighted, so we can't use that.
What?
BFFs?
Best friends forever?
How's that copyrighted?
It's not copyrighted.
No, it may be used in another Waterdeep.
But it's
BFGs.
not. BFF means best friend forever. That's not a thing.
Anyway,
We could say the same words.
Moving right on.
It can happen.
Okay, so let's see.
We have decided on a name, haven't we? We had two of them we was working with, but I think we liked another one.
Nope, that word's been used.
Dissonant deviance.
That was one of them, and we had another one, I thought.
Assholes? Or, wait,
it had
what?
to do with Faye, I think.
Yeah, it was something with Faye.
Yeah, because we're all fake creatures.
Pretty much. I think most of us are in one way, shape, fashion, or form. The Fae 4 or something like that. Was that right? Fae 4?
I can't remember. I'd have to look and see if I wrote it down.
I thought I did,
not
but
write
the only
one
one I
down.
have right now is the Dauntless Dissidents.
Okay. Well, since you're talking about the past, won't you let everybody know what we did last time? Or somebody let.
All right. Well, like I said, last week we finished up. I finished up working on my automaton, which allows Leaf to control and have an actual body. So that was fun to watch him walk around like that. And then we decided to check around to see if we could find anybody who would sell a portable hoe, because Sparky felt it was necessary to get one because we found some vaults that may hold lots and lots and lots and lots of coins that won't fit in our bag of holdings. So the only thing that Sparky could think of was maybe finding a portable hole to push it all into to maybe carry it. We found out the price of said portable hole is not really all that much. It's just we don't have that much. We were trying to discuss whether we should get a loan to pay for said portable hole, and decided, you know what, why don't we just find some work and make some money? And in the process, we found a job board that had it was 5 jobs, but I guess, the 5th job lost out because they wrote really crappy and we couldn't understand the language it was written in. So 4 of them we have, and we're doing, as I said, like Skyrim. We're going to go out, try to complete all 4 quests, and come back to Waterdeep and turn them in. Currently, we are outside Daggerford, heading up the river towards the Star Mounts to deal with the first one. I think was the giant. The hill giants we're dealing with right now?
Yep.
And then the
Hill
cultists should
giants
be up that way
ransacking.
too. And that's where we left off. We had an encounter. We did have an encounter. Didn't we?
Well, we did go into Daggerford.
Yeah, the worst
And-
part is we're trying to save money or get money, and lost us money.
Well, I
Yes,
didn't
there
lose
was
any
the
money.
drinking thing that
Climbing the pole.
which ended
to
up
sign your
being
name.
inspiration for Sparky to create magnetic gloves for Sue's character.
I mean, metal things.
For use on any kind of metal type objects, whether it be disadvantage to disarm you if you're fighting with it on, or things on those lines. But yeah, it was a drinking contest and climbing a weird pole that was fire and ice. And just as she's about to sign it, she falls. So yeah, I really fell a little short there on the betting.
It's
Everybody bet on her
fine.
too, or bet on them as well, and we all lost a whole platinum piece. I did take that out of my inventory, didn't I?
I took it out. I have a whopping, oh my gosh, I have a whopping 47 gold.
You're better than I am. I'm down to 39 gold in total. 29 gold.
So my character feels like she has a ton of gold right now. Like I'm not even worried. Tara hates this. This is. I can't even buy a healing potion right now if I had to. I don't like it.
We did get some spare parts from the smith
We
for our
did.
wagon.
Yeah, because our wagon broke down.
Yep. We met some people on the way to Daggerford. We made our way outside Daggerford before.
Met that very snarky smithy.
Yep. He was a scraggly dwarf with dark blonde hair and a singed beard.
Mm-hmm.
He ran the Camarac Smithy. We were in the dock side of town. The Lucky Lady was the name of the tavern we went into. It's going to cost us 2,500 gold pieces and a box of coconut bonbons.
Yeah, it's fine.
For the portable hole.
Well, I think we lost our DM momentarily.
They had to step away.
Yeah, so what else is there? Yeah.
What else is there? Is that how you meant to say it?
I was looking through my notes. Basically, I think we are going to deal with the hill giants and the Sunless Citadel, and then over here in the Sword Mountains.
We have a cult we got to deal with in the High Forest.
Okay, yeah,
We do have
that's
a cult.
the cult is in the Sunless Citadel in this area. The other one is in the Sword Mountains.
And that's where we need retrieve 3 magic items from some sort of dungeon-based area and return it to Waterdeep for reward.
Yep, we have the hill giants ransacking villages. That's where we're going. The caravan raided near the Sunless Citadel. I think that one is here as well. And then the White Plume Mountain, I think, is over in the Sword Mountains.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Yeah. But besides that, then we're going to head back to Waterdeep and possibly go into Undermountain.
Yep, and go to some shrine. It's an Undermountain.
Yep, it was a shrine to a devil, I think. Was it? No, it's a hidden shrine in Undermountain.
It's a hidden shrine that was found and needs investigating.
Yeah.
So at this point in time, nobody really knows, I think, what the shrine is to.
Yeah, we don't really have too much information on it.
Yep, it's just a hidden shrine.
It's kind of a joint deal. Do you want everybody to roll? Is that a yes, no, or I forgot that I'm muted?
No, we heard you.
Yeah. Yeah, all y'all go ahead and roll. Sorry, I had to step away.
That's all right.
3.
I'll roll again then. 1.
Okay, so
Get those low rolls out of the way.
3. Go for the throat.
Ooh.
When you use this reward, you may take a -3 penalty on your next attack roll. If you hit, add +5 5 of whatever damage type to the attack caused by your damage roll.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's right. That one was. We got that either in this one or in Friday.
Yeah.
And that's like mini.
Actually, I
Great
have
Weapon
2 of those
Master.
now.
Okay, so you're the one that got last time.
Guess what you get?
Oh,
Single permanent hit point.
oh, I will take that. Single permanent hit point.
Nice.
And I got advantage on attack roll.
You got what?
Advantage on attack roll.
Awesome.
All right.
So,
That was Spell's nice little nap there.
as you're slowly waking up, you see Harvey over by his metal machine that's he's steaming some milk and grinding up some coffee.
As I start to wake up, see a weird look on my face, and I just, I feel like I want to start kind of strength training a little bit more, and I'll go start doing some calisthenics in the morning, some push-ups and stuff like that.
Alrighty. Balin, what are you doing?
Sparky will go do the same thing.
Oh,
He'll just get right on the ground right in front of him and just start doing push-ups as well.
all right.
I'm gonna go join Harvey and start breakfast
Okay.
and get that ready and going, and some breakfast cooked up.
Alright. Go ahead and roll.
Okay.
You're cooking.
I'm gonna summon my unseen servant, and they're gonna be helping me out.
Okay.
And well, it was gonna be a 19, but then I rolled a
Okay.
20, so that's a 27, 28.
All right. All right. As you're going through Harvey's kitchen, starting to prepare,
I
you're
got
like,
my
wow.
own utensils.
But you're in Harvey's house, right?
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just giving him shit.
Okay. You
I'm not
are.
gonna be like that dwarf who's just throwing my shit to the side.
Oh God.
You're amazed on how well stocked his hat seems to be, and how well organized. Sort of to an
Something's magical.
OCD type point.
Really?
Yeah, all the seasonings are labeled in alphabetical order and all the other stuff.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Not for long, apparently.
No, I'm doing push-ups right now.
Yeah. Alrighty. Y'all two give me a Constitution save or check.
Okay. 16.
So 10.
All right. You see Anthony get down in front of you, and he's trying to pop some out. And about halfway through, you start seeing him kind of slowing down and starting to cheat and use his wings a bit to help bring him back up.
Okay, all right.
But
Sad part
after
is, I was going to say if he got to where he's getting tired, he's going to do that.
and
Checks out.
you start to chuckle a bit, and then you'll start thinking, man, I could really use those wings.
Yeah. It's day one. It's day one. We're good. We're good. We'll build up.
Alrighty. So everyone getting the hell out, eating breakfast. What are y'all doing?
Eat breakfast, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, we'll eat some breakfast, drink some coffee. Yeah, love coffee. And then we'll go on the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you like? Oh, Jesus Christ! 1 second. Decide what y'all gonna
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
walking on.
So when
Espresso.
we leave, just ignore the foggy block in the trees when we leave. It's fine.
The what?
So the area we're in, even though we can see just fine, anybody outside, it appears foggy or dark.
Oh, so when we leave, it'll look foggy.
Yeah, it's just
Gotcha.
it's fine.
Yeah.
It's gonna stay around for like till 9 o'clock tonight.
Okay. All
Right
right.
now,
All right.
Sparky is trying to use the, I guess, the espresso machine or the latte, whatever machine he's got,
Eh,
to make himself a cup of coffee.
okay. All right.
Harvey's like, I'm making coffee, and you're just in there like, go give. Like double shot of espresso. Shh.
Only one? Only two? What?
Basically.
What are these? These, they got weird words on them. What are they? He shows it to you. The spices from the spice rack.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Tarragon, cinnamon, parsley,
Garlic
oregano,
powder, onion powder.
dried
He
snail.
starts putting them
What's
in
that?
order of the way he likes. You know,
Oh God.
Salt,
sugar,
pepper.
cinnamon, salt,
Yeah,
pepper.
salt. Salt actually is right up there before cinnamon because that's how you know.
Some Worcestershire sauce.
He probably
or
sticks
W
his little finger in
sauce.
each one of them to taste what they taste like. If he doesn't like the way it tastes,
Oh,
puts
with the
it at
double
end.
dip with the little spit too.
I wipe it off.
That's not, look, I'll tell you just like I tell my kids, wiping it off ain't cleaning it.
Fine. He sticks it in the water.
Rub it. Soap.
Prestidigitation.
Yeah, something.
I mean, you're small enough. I just cast that in all of your body, just literally every bit of you.
I
He
just kind of
shines, his
glisten
wings
and
sparkle.
glow. After each time I dip my finger in, I'm like, oh, it's magical powder.
No, great.
That one makes me shiny and clean. Well, they all make me shiny and clean. Huh.
Yeah, it's like that one. Wait,
This can't
they all
backfire
do.
at all.
Oh, so think I'm gonna need to prepare any more spells for the day, or think we're good? Any different
I don't
spells?
know what. I don't know what you
I
got.
can only change them when we leveled up, so I did get rid of one of my ones and got Zephyr Strike instead. So, like that.
I mean, looking at my spells, I'm either gonna get rid of. I mean, I could get greater invisibility,
Like I like Zephyr Strike. It makes me happy.
but yeah, that's getting rid of certain spells I don't really want to get rid of. When did I get this spell? Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm looking at my spell book and it's like, I have that spell?
Well, I know I gave you guys enough money to buy a certain one spell at least.
Yep.
What was it? Haste, I think.
Yeah.
Zephyr Strike's amazing. It gives me increased walking speed. Once during the spell, I can give myself advantage on the weapon attack and do an extra D8 of force damage. And until the spell ends, which is a 1 minute concentration, I don't provoke opportunity attacks. I'm pretty in love with that spell.
Yep, we had somebody used it all the time. If I'm not mistaken.
But is Misty
Wasn't it,
Step a elf spell just in general? Is it a racial?
I don't
know.
know.
Because since I took Vortex Warp, I could Misty Step with that. Except that's an action, not a bonus. Because I realized that I have Rhymes Binding Ice, which is a cone, and if anything in the cone fails the save, it gets locked into ice and can't move.
That's cool.
But it's a con save, and my spell save isn't terribly high right now.
Same.
Well, I mean, we're still only like 7th level.
Mm-hmm.
For those who are actually viewing us right now, Marcus has stepped away because he is not only running our games for us, but he's also taking care of 2 sick parents. So he has to deal with that as well. So periodically has to step away, and we try to fill the empty airspace with whatever role player gameplay we can come up with.
Or talking about spells.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm looking at my spells and trying to think of what I'm doing.
Excuse me.
Apparently not.
Of course, his chair would disappear at the same time. It looked like Dernan's trying to give us a D&D game. So, after we have our breakfast and our coffee, and our coffee, and of course we have our second cup of coffee, our third.
Oh God, no.
And second
No.
breakfast.
So okay, so we're going up to. Do we know much about giants?
They're big.
Very big.
Cool.
You know, I believe that these are the smallest of all giants. Of the,
Yeah.
ones that look like I'm not just the general definition of giant.
I have no idea.
I forgot I did that.
Fuck the doll. But yeah, I mean, I doubt anything that's a giant is anything to slouch about. But
Yeah.
Well, I know they're bigger than you, which means they're definitely bigger than I am.
I would assume.
I don't know if I want to get hit by one of them.
Yeah.
That might hurt just a little bit.
If I'm to take a guess, I would estimate probably at least 20 feet tall, give or take, on the high end for hill giants being the smallest.
I
think they're like 14.
Since he stepped away, I'll try to help him out a little bit. Why don't you give a history roll?
History, nature, intelligence based, anything? Just history?
History from memory, or if you want to try to go ahead and use nature. Either one's fine. I think they're both the same, aren't they?
They're both intelligence based, and I'm not proficient in either, so.
So yeah.
That's an 18.
Okay. 18.
Due to the whole, thing with giants being giants, I would assume a hill giant's like 14-ish to 20 feet tall.
Give me a second, and I will give you that information.
Hey, you're back. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that.
Not a problem.
Do what you gotta do.
We were just talking about the giants and, guesstimating they're about...
With your 18.
Yeah.
You know that hill
We were
giants
trying to
are dim
Marcus, we were
brutes.
trying to figure out what we knew about giants.
They're kind of primitive. They live in the hills and mountains. Use crude weaponry. Bigger means better. Hill giants, world humanoids, and animals are easy prey that can be hunted with impunity.
Oh, so you're fucked.
Creatures such as dragons and other giants are tough adversaries. Hill giants equate size with power. Voracious eaters, stupid
Maybe
and
they
deadly.
won't feel threatened by us. That's good.
You know they are
Okay.
stupid and deadly.
They're giants.
And of course they're raging bullies.
Which would explain them ransacking
Also
towns.
As far as height is concerned, it just says they're huge. So
Yeah.
They are around 16 feet tall, although some males can get to 17.
There you go.
Ooh.
So yeah, I relay that to you, more or less.
So yeah, way bigger than I am. And we finished our breakfast. I've had 2 cups of espresso coffee. Unless you want me to roll to see if I can actually figure out your machine, because I was over pushing buttons on it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and roll. You're a tinkerer, so you have advantage. Intelligence.
Okay, yeah, I did just fine. It's going to be a 27-ish.
Yeah. You find the button where it talks about extra espresso shots? Double
And
espresso?
I hit it like 5 times.
Oh, no.
You're gonna take a drink of something that's just bitter.
This is
no,
bad.
No, I counteract it with the bitter. If it's bitter, I go, oh, no. Put more sugar in it.
Oh, God. Oh God, what's happening?
And as you're pouring sugar, Harvey does prestidigitation and makes it the most sweet tasting, almost like a refreshing hot chocolate on a nice cold day.
Oh,
He is not helping.
sidebar: hot chocolate, half coffee.
Yeah,
Yep.
I used
So
to.
good.
That's how I used to sweeten my coffee back in the day. Was just because I had no sugar or nothing anywhere.
Mhm.
I take the chocolate mix and put it in there and stir it up.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I drink my
Ooh,
coffee.
this is
I
good.
get
This
the
is good.
Swiss
This
Miss.
is real good. Okay, I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
All right, just give me a second.
We're gonna go this way. Come on. No. Chop, chop, chop. We gotta go. Gotta go. Got giants to fight. Zoo,
The
zoo,
cart's just
zoo,
there.
Zoo.
Nothing to pull it. So you're gonna have to wait.
At this point in time, Sparky grabs a hold of one of the reins, starts trying to pull the wagon or push the wagon. He's like, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
So yeah, I'll
Little
get my
wings
mount
just a
summoned and all
fluttering
that.
as he's trying to push the wagon.
Nothing could go wrong with this.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're small. What is your push pull carry? Push pull lift?
Remember where to find that at. It's gonna be in inventory.
Yeah, under weight carried. If you just click it, it'll tell
Push,
you
pull, and
the.
drag. 480 pounds.
Really? How strong is your character?
Don't ask me. I didn't make it. As far as the actual race is concerned, I didn't make it. But he's got a
Okay.
16 strength.
That's way more than me. All right.
You'd
Yeah,
think with his
he's-
size, it'd be a little smaller than that.
Yeah, small creatures normally it's.
Mine's only
That's
420
fine.
pounds.
Mine's 360.
How the hell did this happen? Strong for your size, you know?
Because the fact that
Oh.
fairies are not considered
Tiny.
tiny as playable characters with the way the books have recently come out,
Uh-huh.
his carrying capacity and everything else is the same as if he was a basic size humanoid, even though he's only like about a foot tall.
So yeah, even though if you were tiny size, it'd still be like 240.
Yeah, if I was tiny, he'd still be 240 pounds.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
This makes sense. I don't feel bad about this at all.
Yeah, I mean, hey.
She
It's
says
fine.
insecure.
So, let me go ahead and we'll just go ahead and do this.
All right.
Nope, that's only a 10 to push the wagon.
Okay.
Good.
You pull and pull with all your might, and you see Harvey come
Little
up,
wings.
sits down in front of you, and kind of points his cup towards you to cool off his drink as your wings are just flapping away.
Yeah, they're going so fast. They're gone. You can't even see them.
My first note of the day. Sparky goes crazy with coffee and extra espresso shots.
Mm-hmm.
That should be
Checks
the
out.
first. That's probably your first one every day.
So, are you all heading up to Succumber? Y'all taking the river?
I think
Uh,
we're taking the river.
yeah, we're gonna hit
Wait, think of an
Succumber
idea.
and see what they have to say on Thread and Psychic Villages.
I can make a
Yeah,
singing
we were going to
fish.
travel. Huh?
Sparky, that's an idea. I can make a singing fish.
No, let's just travel
Put
up.
it on the mount on the wall, and it comes out and just kind of sings a song to you. You don't think it's a good idea?
So yeah, we were on the north side of the river.
What?
All right.
So, yeah, we can hit Succumber and
What?
see what they have to say.
All right. I'm not gonna have you roll since you're following the river, but I will need perception checks out there.
All right. I'll totally do that.
Ooh, I'm not good at that.
I'm real good with those. That'll be.
Oh.
Well, never mind. That's a 14.
I have a 15.
Hey, calm.
16.
Okay.
Okay. You rolled a 16, you said?
I got a 16, yes. And that
Okay.
sounds like that's the highest. 14, 15, 16?
Yep.
Well, that just barely makes it noticeable. What is this? Oh, that's the wrong map I'm looking for. Don't I have just? Don't I just have a normal freaking
Still
wilderness
here.
map? Okay.
Normal wilderness map? Oh no.
Oh no. Is it dark? Because I can't see Sue anymore.
It should be daytime.
Sue just vanished.
Oh,
Yeah.
No, I thought you were
she
back. I'm still here. I'm just
camouflaged. She
grabbing-
blends in.
I didn't hear.
grabbing
The,
some. I'll be-
I didn't hear the stealth check or the fact I put my hood over my head.
Where'd you go?
All right.
Okay. Well, let's just use this map here.
What the hell
The
we-
stone tooth. All right.
Yeah. All right. If y'all could put yourselves right about here. As you're getting close to Succumber, or Succumber, or
The town.
Cucumber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need a
Da.
Harvey. Where's Harvey?
Harvey's coming. Un momento, por favor. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Sorry, I don't speak Kalachite.
Nope. Where the fuck? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That should be. Right there.
Uh, What exactly are you looking for?
Oh. Actually, no, it's pretty powerful, so I'll just drop out.
Actually, y'all are pretty powerful. I'll just drop out a few dragons.
No. As what the hell's going? God damn it, man. As you're going along, you hear some ruckus up in the woods tree lines to the north of you.
Well, sounds like there's something up there to the north. My flying monkey will take flight to the sky and scout out what the sound to the north is.
Okay.
I will go with him to give him assistance
All right.
because
I'll just keep a lookout where we are.
I need to turn him
why
back
not
into
go
an
fly with a
owl.
monkey?
Yeah.
We've got the same fly speed.
As you fly into the woods trying to see, you see 4 large ogres around a big pot with a couple of humanoids kind of hanging from a tree. And they're what languages do y'all speak?
Well, it's only going to be 2 of us, so common,
Oh,
draconic,
what?
and undercommon for me.
And it is. Those are my languages: Common, Deep, Dwarvish, Elvish, Sylvan.
Okay. So none of y'all speak giant.
No, not this one.
Let
No.
me check my monkey. No.
Okay.
Let me check my monkey. Things you hear in a D&D game.
Well, I'm about to spank this monkey.
Whoa, whoa.
Whoa. The ogres. But you hear them kind of arguing and pushing and shoving around this big old pot as they're throwing some twigs and some other fruits and vegetables into this pot. As you see 2 humanoids kind of struggling, hanging upside down from the
What
rope.
kind of
Four
humanoids are we
humanoids.
looking at?
2 humanoids.
What kind?
You see one that looks like a human, approximately about 5'9", with long hair, kind of flowing over, so you can't really tell the face. The other one is either a halfling or a small child, kind of whimpering and struggling against the ropes.
So it could be either. Got it.
Yeah.
I relay all of this to Sue, as this is what I'm seeing.
We're not just going to leave them there, right?
I mean, these aren't. It's up to you. I mean, we can, yeah.
But these aren't people worth saving.
So, I'm going to. Well, Sparky takes out a little piece of like a washer from his little kit in her pocket. You know, something
Mhm.
he put in his pocket when he was working the other earlier. He will whisper in it a spell, and he will chunk it in the woods.
Okay.
And once it lands, it's going to emit a message of "Somebody help me! I'm lost." And he'll just keep repeating that.
All right.
Ogres
So
can be pretty dumb.
are they upside down, or are they just
The
tied up?
humanoids?
Yeah.
Yeah, tied up by their feet.
How high up off the ground?
Good. I'd say 6 feet. Well, the humanoid his head would be about 6 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
The child's a little bit higher.
So theoretically, they should not take any fall damage.
No, they won't take any fall damage.
I'm gonna
So if they turn around, I'll tell my monkey to try and bite through the ropes, and then I'll tell Sue, yeah, we should probably go help him, and then go towards the ogres.
All right. Where are you exactly, Dan?
Very good question. Up in the trees.
With the humanoids, basically. You said you were near the monkey.
I was with the monkey. So wherever you put the monkey.
I don't have a token for the monkey
But yeah,
or
I
the
threw
owl.
the washer out in the woods. Good. I don't know how far I can throw. I mean,
Well, that's why I want you to give me a check.
What kind of check would you like?
That would be an athletics check because you're throwing.
Okay.
well, with his strength, it's probably fine. Or not. Or it's a 1.
Apparently, I dropped it in the pot.
Okay.
Gonna confuse them.
You did chuck it, but you are in a heavily wooded area, and you hear it bouncing off.
Every tree it hits, it says the phrase.
Yeah. So all these ogres are looking around trying to find out, and then you hear a little bloop.
Well, that sucks.
And these ogres
Can
Go ahead.
Can I be starting to make my way towards that way stealthily?
Yeah, we were gonna head that way, the two of us, with Harry if he so chose.
Yep.
Yeah, if you're gonna want to be stealthy about this, I'll join you on that aspect.
Yeah, that's a 14.
How am I stealthier than you?
I have a +10. I rolled a 4.
I got a 16. Could the monkey try to start biting through the binds?
Sure. Go ahead and give me a strength.
And the stealth roll, by the way, for me is a 24.
Oh, okay.
You're next to the monkey, right?
I have advantage on stealth checks, so.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's see how well this goes. That is a not high. It's only a +1 to hit. That's a 12 to hit bite the rope.
Okay. He bites into it. And it's a nice thick rope because this is rope that ogres have to use. They can't really use,
Small rope.
Yeah. So he takes a bite and he's chewing on it. You know, it's going to take a little bit of time.
Okay.
Harvey kind of throws up his hood and vanishes as rolling a 20 on his stealth.
That's 3 points of damage to the rope.
Okay.
I rolled a 4.
All right. Okay. So I guess we're going to do initiative.
Well, I figured it's coming eventually, so I go ahead and just get the roll out of the way.
Yeah.
Doesn't really help if it's not pulled up, though.
Yeah.
Hey! Don't have to change it.
All right, let's see what I got.
Well, since he uses the tracker, I just go ahead and roll. That's the one roll I do in the through the system. So no sense in rolling it and then rolling dice.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Okay, where'd he go? I have these fucking things right here.
These are a
No,
lot better
you-
than that other rice cake.
Oh yeah.
What are those? Oh, the little mini rice cakes.
Yeah, the rice crisp.
Mm. Sure.
I like it better than the plain rice cakes.
Okay. Well, Hell's Bells, Cotton Trails. Why? Fire Giant, Hill Giant, Stone Giant. Here we go. 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 Now, how the fuck did it just disappear? Okay, I'm just gonna use this one here. All right.
Oh,
That's not
I've
an ogre.
got.
Well, hell.
Well, there.
That says an orog.
Yeah.
Orogs are different than ogres.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's all right.
Fine. It's fine.
I was just pulling up something for to roll the initiatives. This is why I looked
That's
for
okay.
it.
Sparky doesn't know what an orog is or an ogre. They're both
Right.
big and ugly. So it matters to him.
Yeah. And then
I don't know the stats for either one of them, so it doesn't really matter.
okay. All right. Everybody rolled. Everybody good?
Yep.
Yep. How far would I have made it towards them before we enter combat? Like, can I make it all the way at least to like the edge of the clearing they are, or?
Yeah. Right now, combat has not started. These ogres are. Bryn can teach them how to read, if that makes.
Yeah.
So they're trying
Not
to
very
figure out.
aware.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're trying to figure out what the hell was that in because they heard this help me, I'm lost bouncing all around them. So they have
Okay.
no idea what's going on.
All right.
Yeah, it is lost. It's lost in the soup.
Alrighty. Damn, Harvey. All right, so we do have a surprise round as they're
You'll love to hear it.
Oh, son of a bitch. I think I'm gonna have to kill off Harvey.
Mm,
You would kill our best friend?
do we get his hat if he dies? And is it still enchanted?
Yes.
Okay.
Killed a wabbit. Killed a
I mean,
wabbit.
we already have the water boiling, so.
I mean, if that has to happen, Marcus, I understand.
One failure, two failures, three failures, four failures.
Doing?
Intelligence saves, apparently.
He's
It's casting something.
Harvey's
You
not
see-
on our turn order.
That's fine.
24?
Yeah, same.
I
We
don't
don't
see
see
him.
him, so that's what I'm letting you know that we don't see him.
No, that's fine.
Oh, okay.
Harvey's
Why
going
don't-
first.
But as long
That's
as you
fine.
can see him, that's what matters.
Yeah.
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 I don't know why. I'll show all players. I'll show all players.
Do you have it? Well, no, probably not. I don't know.
Hmm.
It doesn't matter.
Uh,
you know where it's at.
But he rolled a 24, and as y'all are getting ready to battle, you see this nice weird ball starting to form above him that's shooting out lights and a little
The disco.
yes, as Harvey casts hypnotic pattern.
Right, all right.
So what's that do if they fail it? Other than they're,
All right. On a failed save, the creature becomes charmed for the duration. While charmed by this spell, the creature is incapacitated and has a speed of 0. This spell ends For an affected creature, if it takes any damage or if someone uses an action to shake the creature out of its stupor.
Okay. Does it have dex saves?
You said they are incapacitated?
Yes, so they would have disadvantage or fail on that.
They can't take actions or reactions.
Yeah.
That's all incapacitated is. So they're charmed and incapacitated. So yeah, they just can't take actions or reactions.
You know, if they're charmed like that, we could just go in and save the people and leave.
Well, all four of them seem to be affected.
Yes, they're all wow, and you see one just going starts to drop it like it's hot, and one's doing the
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with killing them.
I am
But,
completely mortified. I will never be able to get that out of my eyeballs.
Yeah. So, Kurt, you're next in the niche.
Alrighty. Yeah. So, I'll ask a quick question. Do we just want to save the people? I mean, they're just going to capture more people.
oh yeah, we can totally stab them. I'm just getting out options.
All right, we're gonna kill them. All right,
Yeah.
so I will draw my rapier
All right.
and move in towards them.
Okay.
I will start my blade song.
Well, as you start your blade song, you see one turn to you and it's like, oh, hey, you're dancing too.
Yep, and I am about 10 feet away from it at this point as I point my rapier directly in its face. Away from it so I can cast a ranged spell without disadvantage. And since it's incapacitated,
yeah.
Do I get advantage?
Yes.
Sure can.
Not a natural 20. I got 2 13s and a 14.
Okay.
Elven accuracy. You have yet to give me what I want. But second level chromatic orb. Let's go ahead and give this guy some fire damage.
Huh?
Mhm.
So that's going to be, well, that's a low roll. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 points of fire damage.
And that's this one up front?
Yeah, let's go with this guy right here.
This guy right here.
Yeah. I'm not directly in his face, and that's my action bonus movement.
Okay. Sparky, you're up.
I need a dex save from anybody and everybody within a 20-foot range? 20
So
foot
that'd be
cube.
5, 10, 15, 20.
I
mean, you could do 5, 10, 15, 20.
I want to get all four of them. I want to position it to a degree to where it doesn't hit anybody else but those four.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Not a problem.
Okay, so yeah, dex save.
Did that go through second time?
That's my movement speed right there. As far as I can go.
Yeah, 70 feet's about 5 feet, so...
Yeah.
6, 14, 19, 15. Oh, wait, disadvantage, sorry. 6, 5, 10, 6. So they all fail.
Yeah, they all fail. So what you guys see is this weird look like, almost looks like a bag appears as if Sparky's like sitting in a bag. And he just kind of wiggles a little bit, and the bag floats up above him and just blows up in glitter. And it just showers down on top of him.
Fairy dust, literally.
Is this the fairy dust that gives advantage?
And I'm using my fairy magic to cast fairy fire.
Nice.
But I didn't cast it at second level.
It's just the one you chose to show it.
Just the one I accidentally clicked. So let me go ahead and click this.
Yeah. Okay.
Because going at second level uses a spell slot. At first level, it doesn't. It uses not the first time anyway.
Okay.
So they are all fairy fired.
Why do I have y'all on here twice?
All right.
So the numbers that you want us for are 21, 17, and 15 are our numbers.
Okay. So I'll delete that one. Delete that one. I'll delete that. Okay. So that one's still dancing along. That one's still dancing along. Okay, Sue, by the time you get up there,
Yeah.
you oh,
Oh my
Got
god.
the
Did you eat your
hiccups.
pizza too fast? Hold your breath. You didn't suck in. It's not going to work. It's fine.
You got
You
any
gotta
salt
change your
nearby?
diaphragm
Ah!
size.
there, I scared myself.
I was gonna say, you got any salt nearby?
You see three ogres, just bebopping along, dancing, sparkling all over,
Okay.
kind of rubbing yourself. You got one ogre that,
You get a magic Mike moment there.
yeah,
Some hip thrusts on the ground.
you see
Scarred
one
for
ogre
life.
kind of in mid dance, and all of a sudden he's like, "Hey, that hurt."
Oh. Do I have enough movement to get to that one?
Sure, I'll say yes.
Okay, which one is that? Because I'm gonna go there. That one.
The one that I hit was this guy.
Yeah, I'll put these little markers.
Cool. I'm gonna hit him too, but a bunch of times.
Okay.
Did you get action surge level?
No, not at level
Oh,
one.
okay.
But I have 3 attack. I have 2 attacks per action, plus a bonus attack, plus my dread ambusher attack. So I have 4 attacks with
Okay.
advantage. So
Well, yeah.
still fairy fired.
I
Yeah.
use a spell.
So.
They're all advantage.
Yep. All right. So first attack with the rapier of wounding is a 15.
That hits.
Okay, so 1 hit. DM, is this one where I should tell you the damage after each attack, or should I just do it because they're pretty beefy boys?
They're pretty beefy boys.
Cool. Second attack is going to be with a +1 short sword. That is a 23, so
All
that
right, they're dead.
hits.
Next one.
Third attack, 14 plus, and this is with the rapier again. Or no, yeah, with rapier again. So 14 plus 7, so that'll hit.
Okay. Yeah, 15's your target number.
All right, well, I have a 15 and 17 on the dice, so all 4 hits.
All right.
So I have rapier 3 times. 1 offhand weapon was the short sword, so that's D6. Then I have my extra D8 of damage for my dread ambusher if that attack hits.
Light, I looked at the wrong thing. AC is 11, so you really did hit a lot.
Okay, 25, 16. So 28 plus 58 points for all 4 hits.
Nice.
58.
Mm-hmm.
That's not cool.
I mean,
it kind of depends on
oh,
your definition
actually,
of what's cool.
the rapier of wounding has an extra D4 for each hit as well.
Is it for each hit or just once?
It said for, all right, let me read the word. Once per turn. Okay, once per turn. So it takes 1d4 necrotic damage for each time you've wounded it. So that would be my 1d4 times 4 in this case, right?
Mm-hmm.
Only a 1, so that's 4. And then it can make a DC 15 con saving throw.
No, it can't.
Okay.
You killed it.
I see that.
They're beefy, but when you do, your hit points and damage. It kind of, slows things down a bit.
I can only do that much once per combat, though. So.
Okay. Well, you see Harvey going over to the bodies and hops over and starts cutting them down.
Monkey will assist Harvey.
Okay. All right. Kurt, what are you doing?
I want to do something since they're all stuck in an area together, but I do not want them all attacking at the same time. So, second first, same as the first. I'm going to hit this guy. 2 attacks, one with green flame. The flame will not jump.
Okay.
So, first attack, 19 to hit.
That hits.
I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's +7 on my rapier. So, second attack is a more than that hit. So,
yeah,
that's going to be so that is 7 points of piercing with 4 points of fire.
So 11.
Yep.
All right.
And the flame does not jump to any of the others. The flame, I chose to stay on that guy.
Well, he stops and looks at you. Hey, that's not nice.
No. Gonna kill you anyway. What?
Yep.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Let's see. I'm going to fly by. Well, in my case, fly between. Whack! Does it come through?
Which one?
The one who's saying that's not nice.
Oh, okay.
2 hands.
That's right. We're gonna do them one at a time.
That's going to be 24 to hit.
That hits.
All right, so I'm going to expend 3 charges. 1, 2, 3. So first damage, the basic damage with it's going to be a D8. Well, that's not very good at all. So that's only going to be, not that I can see, 7 points of bludgeoning plus 7 points of lightning damage, shooting through its nether regions.
Okay. Oh, that's really not nice.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh.
I won't go far. I mean, I'll hit the other bag too.
The other bag?
Yeah, the other bag. 1 sack, 2 bags.
Yeah.
Maybe not. That's only going to be a 12.
That hits. 11.
He said
Well,
11's the
no.
AC.
So I'll go ahead and roll both these together so now that I know what I'm doing. Alright, so we're looking at 5 points of regular damage and 5 points of lightning damage.
And
that's it for my turn.
Let's see. Balin, give me a dex save.
Okay.
Oh, crap. Yeah.
I can try.
Okay.
Since I'm blade singing,
No advantage.
shit. It's not an
I'm not
acrobatic.
gonna lie. If the only damage we take is from them falling on you, I will laugh my ass off.
Yeah, let me double check and make sure that that is modified correctly. It's probably not going to matter. It's an 8.
Okay. It's not damage. As this ogre gets whacked extremely hard in the balls, he can't quite control himself as he drops to the ground and pukes on you from the immense pain that he just took.
Nice, nice, nice. All over me.
Watch out, he's gonna spew. Never mind.
A little too late.
Hopefully your mouth wasn't open.
Was it?
No,
He's like, I'm not even gonna roll for that one.
Quick
The
answer.
answer's no.
No.
no, it wasn't.
All right, that one is still dancing away. This one, he stands up and he's not happy.
What?
I'm gonna ring your bell.
Yeah. He starts winding up his great club and kind of starts charging a little bit towards the little fairy that busted him in the balls and takes a swing like a baseball bat.
Ooh.
Swing, bada, 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 swing, bada.
Who?
So where were you at? Or are you still where you're at? Sparky.
Well, I'm probably not there anymore.
Okay, where you at?
No, I mean, I flew between his, so I'm on the other side.
Oh, okay.
If this is the one.
Yeah,
But I'm just saying, after the swing of a 23, I'm probably not there anymore.
Yeah, that came across.
Yeah, I don't have shield, so.
I wish I could extend it to you.
So yeah, that's a hit.
Okay, so that's 9 damage bludgeoning.
All right, I will take the 9.
If you want to try to do a dex check, see if you're not knocked around, or
Sure, I'll roll a dex save. That would be a 7.
okay. So you get hit, then you kind of spiral off. Don't go too deep, but you're no longer in.
All you hear is this high squealed voice going, "Foul ball!"
All
right, Sue, you're up.
Well, it wasn't a home run.
All right. I'm going to.
As you see, Sparky fly right by you.
I'm gonna step right in the middle here.
Okay.
So I have this guy here that has already taken some damage from Balin. So I'm going to.
And Sparky.
Well, what am I?
And Sparky.
Twigs and berries.
That's true. The vomit. Oh God, Balin, you smell. Oh.
Yeah, I'll fix that here in a second.
So I'm gonna go ahead and give him a couple of pokey pokes here.
Okay.
A regular wounding, that is a 18 on the dice, so that'll hit.
Okay.
That is a 8, 4. That's 8, 9, 10. So it's 8 plus 4 is 12 damage plus 2 with the wounding for the necrotic.
So 14.
Yep.
Okay.
And the second attack with the same weapon is a 15 on the dice, so that'll hit.
Okay.
That is 12 damage.
Okay.
The third attack is with the short sword, because that's my offhand attack.
And you swing and a miss.
Oh. Can I try to hit this one then?
Sure can.
Okay. That's a 14 on the dice, so that hits. So that's a d6.
Okay.
5 plus 5, so 10 damage to him.
All right. Hey, that's not nice. I was just dancing.
You know what else isn't nice? Eating humans or humanoids.
You eat cows and other
Non-sentient cows. Do you know what sentient means? They can talk like you and me. Also, I don't speak ogre.
He's in common right now.
Okay, just making sure.
It's common and giant.
I don't speak giant either, so
Yeah.
yeah.
So you don't speak common?
I speak common. Yeah,
So is a
no.
cow's mew not sentient?
No, not all of them. No, you only supposed to eat dumb animals like chickens, cows, deer in the
ogres.
forest that can't talk. Huh?
And ogres. You said do stupid animals. Are we supposed to eat ogres?
They're not an animal.
Yeah, but they're stupid.
It's both things.
Well, he didn't like you poking him.
That's okay.
So
Well, you can't hit
14
me.
hit?
I'm, you know,
No,
I've been baseballed away a little bit.
14 does not hit.
okay. All right. Harvey getting a little backsplash on him as he stood behind Balin. He'll do prestidigitation to get rid of the puke on both of us and go cut down the other person. All right. Balin.
Yeah, I will move up to here, flank. Well,
Mhm.
it's glowing anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, let's go ahead and attack him some more. Green flame, because why not on this attack?
All right. Is it going to jump?
Yes, let's go ahead and let you have some fun as well. How's that sound?
I guess.
So it's a natural 20. And roll is 13, a 19, and a 20. The other one is just going to take 4 flat. It's just
Okay.
fire flat. And then first attack. That's 10 points piercing. And then that is 11 points of fire. Second attack. Or wait, I was rolling the dice. Should have just, it's fine. 19 to hit. It's going to hit. Just rapier. Boop. That's 8 points damage.
Okay. 8 plus 11 for earlier, or was there something before the 11?
Okay, so it's 11 points of fire.
Okay.
Because I rolled a 7 and a 4, and that should have been 8. So 12 points of fire.
Okay.
And then it was 10 points of piercing plus 4, I believe. So 10 plus 4 points of piercing. So that's 14 points of piercing,
Okay.
8 points of piercing for 22, and then 12 points of fire for 32, 34 on this guy, and then the other one just gets a flat 4 points of fire.
Okay. This one, you go stabby, and he's like, oh, jeez. He's not dead yet.
Yeah, no, I'm just moving around to try and not just be like, hey, she's the only one to attack. I'm making equal opportunity between the two of us.
Oh.
I'm not leaving his range, though.
Okay. Dan.
Who's Dan?
With Sparky, what are you doing?
So
Flying back.
I will fly back up to the one who's been
Excuse me.
pounded on, and I'll stop in front of him. You know, right, hovering right in front of his face. So she said I'm supposed to eat stupid animals, but I'm not going to eat you. But, and I put my hand on his shoulder, and say, everything will be just fine. As I hit him with a shocking grasp.
Okay.
So that's a touch attack. All right. It hits. I mean, 16 plus 7.
All right.
And the damage will be completely electrical for... Oh, jeez. It's only 4 points.
Well, I mean, still.
You see him start shaking and all that, and, you know, what hair he has on him starts to burn and curl. And it's sort of like the old Hanna-Barbera cartoon when they get electrocuted type deal. Standing there, fried, looking confused.
Yeah.
Not quite dead yet.
Not dead yet. It's just a flesh wound.
All right.
Hello. I'm not dead yet. I'm still alive down here.
Good Lord, so sorry.
All right. And I try. So we'll just set you here for now. So we'll do 1, 2, 3. 3. Alrighty. Swing, bada, swing.
Hit me, hit me, hit me.
22 hits you.
Who?
Balin.
Oh,
No.
okay.
Now?
No. 22 misses. I'll tell you why. I've got 10 base, 4 from Dex for 14,
Okay, he stepped
1
a
plus
little.
my cloak.
Does the 24 hit you?
It would, but I shield. Now it's a 28. 28 is the number.
Okay, now the ogre casts counterspell.
So be it.
Fine, so 22
His
misses.
version of counterspell is just saying it and it not going through.
23 is the number to hit me. 28 if I counterspell.
Even if you shield.
Yeah.
Shield, yeah, shield if I, not
Okay.
counterspell. But
Lorena.
Yeah.
Sue.
Not Lorena. Sue.
So, yeah, you know. All right. So I see what he's doing there. I like that he's spreading out the damage. So my first 2 hits are going to go to the one I hit first time. Assuming I hit, that is. Wow. I think, no, I still make it. 7 plus 5 is 12. Okay.
Just hits.
All right. And another 5 on the dice. So that's 2 for the rapier of wounding. Four, 7, 8, 9, 10, 26 damage to the one on the right. Okay, cool. The other one I'm going to hit with my short sword. And 19 on the dice. So that's a d6 plus 5. So that's 11 damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the first guy only had 2 hit points left. So
That's all right. So that's my turn.
all right. Ogre number 10 doesn't have a turn. Harvey gets the other 2 and starts leading them back to with the cart. Kurt, you're up.
alrighty, I was just checking something. Yeah, this guy's just gonna get 2 attacks, 1 with a green flame. It's not gonna jump.
Oh, come on, let it jump.
17 to hit,
17 hits.
and I'll just give you the math at the end.
Okay.
And a natural 20. That dice hasn't rolled a 20 in forever.
Okay.
So, okay, that's just gonna be. Yeah, that's gonna be base that plus what I roll now. So.
Okay.
31 points of damage.
Total. Okay.
Yes, total.
He
Because
does
it's
not like
8.
you.
I'm going to double check the math, but it should be 8 plus 4 is 12 plus 8. So that's 20. And then the 11 from the stab and fire.
Okay. Sparky, you see this ogre get sliced and diced a bit, but he's still standing. Not happy that you killed his friends and ruined his disco party.
Well, shocking grasp would do very good. So I'll just go ahead and take 2 smacks with my staff.
Alrighty.
This time I won't use any charges. So that's a natural 20.
Okay.
It's 4 guy.
So that's
Yeah,
gonna be 8,
we're burning all of our good rolls.
12.
With, oh, man.
Oh,
That,
hey,
that
yeah.
fair fire has done a lot of work for me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it
So
has.
it's
Because
gonna
I rolled a
be
1 and a like 8.
20 points of damage for the first hit. I rolled an 8 on the d8. So that was max damage. Oh, that was
Bad
a
day.
journey. So 16 plus 7 is definitely high enough. That will only be 6 points of bludgeoning.
Does 23 hit you, Balin?
It would.
Okay.
If it was gonna connect, it would not.
Okay. Well, you see Sparky's club comes swinging by your face. Doesn't hit you because the ogre was already dead when he took his second swing.
Oh, I didn't look up when I rolled my second dice.
It's okay.
Oh, sorry. I thought he was sitting there, but I guess he just dropped.
Oh, everything's fine.
Well, as you're saying everything's fine, you hear from the pot, "Help me! I'm lost."
I saw that happen. My monkey was there.
I look at the pot in distress. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
It's fine.
How is that fine?
I'm lost.
You wish to explain, Sparky?
What?
I go look in the pot. I stir it. See if I can dig out a person.
As you're stirring the pot, you see, some potatoes, some fruits.
Mhm.
You do see a couple, body parts of a variety of different animals getting mixed in.
Mhm.
It's kind of a
Mhm.
hodgepodge stew that they're.
Oh, you mean that noise?
Yeah.
Oh, I was trying to make a distraction in the woods, and when I threw it, it bounced off a couple trees and landed in the pot.
Okay. All right.
I mean, it was a distraction, just not quite the
Yeah. No,
distraction
it
I wanted.
totally was. While we're here, obviously we're gonna check their camp, right? See
Oh,
see
yeah.
if they have anything. But Harvey did take the people back to the cart, correct?
Yes.
Are we sure
So
Harvey's
he's
not gonna eat
not
them?
right here, and they are
No.
not right here either.
No.
Are we sure Harvey's
Yeah.
not going to eat them?
Pretty sure he said he eats vegetables.
What constitutes a vegetable?
Not people, not humanoids.
Anyway.
Yeah, we won't go there.
I'm ignoring it.
Almost. Stop myself.
Yeah, so let's roll the camp.
Alrighty.
Grey
Who knows
Hawk.
what else they've gotten a hold of and eaten?
Yeah, do they have like a pile of discarded clothes from people, or
Weapons or armor or money?
Well, I
Chest
haven't
somewhere?
seen an investigation check.
Okay.
I will.
Oh,
I'm gonna do one myself.
yeah, I was gonna say I can help somebody or do it myself. Doesn't matter.
Well, what is your investigation?
+7.
I'm not great at it.
I have a +4, and I'm not trained.
I will help Balin out.
All right.
I will
Balin
assist Balin.
advantage.
Okay. Hey, I like this. I like this dice. That's a 27. This dice has always rolled good. These ones always roll good.
Extra life?
Yes. It
Nah,
consistently rolls more than a 10.
Nice.
So me being generous is starting to bite me in the ass, huh?
Always.
All right. As you're digging through piles of clothes and bones, you come across a upper torso of a skeleton, but you see these metal gauntlets with golden inlets that has some kind of creature-esque, kind of ugly, snarling, golden-faced creature on the plates of the forearm.
Could I do an Arcana check to see if I've ever heard about or seen this type of magic item, or would you rather me identify it later?
What makes you think it's a magic item?
It's a fancy looking piece of gauntlets. Actually,
Yes.
how's this sound? Do I not have that spell? I thought I had that spell. Yes, I do. Detect magic.
Okay. They
Nice.
glow.
Okay. They look like something that would be magic versus just a fancy pair. So yeah, give me a second while we're searching detect magic. There it is. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes, if you want to try to do an Arcana check, I'll let you.
Yeah, I will identify it later if I need to. That is.
I have no idea.
What's that number? 23.
You might have an idea though. You might have-
Yeah.
As you're
I
looking
mean,
at them,
it's hard to do
Adam,
math.
you realize the images on here are of an elaborate depiction of ogres. So with that, you're kind of guessing they're gauntlets of ogre power.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Well, I would assume that somebody other than me should attune to these.
Sparky.
They appear to be, I can identify it for sure later, but they appear to be something that would increase your strength. So you wouldn't have to do as much work if it were to be Yusu. But I can identify them while
I
we're on
heard
the road.
Sparky's ooh, ooh, ooh. Like I hear him.
Sparky.
So I look at Sparky. Go, what would you use the strength for?
Oh, I'm fine.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty buff, and he kind of flexes his little arms.
Oh, your push-ups this morning.
What? I did as many as you did. I used more muscles to do so as well.
This is true. I mean, Sue would totally. She doesn't really use strength too much.
You chose to fight her.
She could, yeah, but she's also can dex base all her attacks if she needs to.
Yeah.
Depending on the weapon, so.
It's up to you. I mean, Sparky will take him. It will increase his strength, but
I mean, if one of you want them, I'm gonna double check something with blade singing to see if it has to be finesse based.
I mean, I'll totally take them. I just heard your ooh, ooh, oohs, and I want to give you a chance to get them if you want them, because, you know, I also have the rapier of wounding already, so.
Ooh, Harvey.
well, I mean, I've got the
Nah.
staff.
Oh, okay. I can't wield a great sword or great axe unless I can wield it one-handed.
Yeah. I mean, oh, you know, I could do 2 attacks with that. Ooh. Oh, that might be cool, actually.
I was just looking and making sure if it was a great weapon of some sort, it didn't in my blade song.
Yeah, the thing with the gauntlets, they automatically turn your strength to a 19.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then
yeah.
if I did take a battle axe or something like that, I could still do 2 attacks with it.
Mm-hmm. You get multi-attack still. And if you ended up doing that, there you go.
And then my first attack would have 3 attacks, which is cool. And then eventually I would get.
We got gauntlets of ogre power for now. Anything else?
Yeah. That doesn't sound
that?
horrible.
Yeah, do we
Oh,
have a
we
Yeti
found.
or something we can give those to?
Not yet, but we'll see what we find in the mountain.
Well, as y'all are standing there discussing this, you see this flock of doves come in and kind of just hovering there for a moment until they take in the shape of a question mark. And then a few seconds later go into arrow mark as pointing south of y'all.
Okay.
Harvey, what are you trying to say?
Are we ready to go?
I was just curious what y'all were doing up there if y'all were still alive.
No, we're all dead.
Yeah, no, let's go.
You're
Let's
next.
go back down. Let's talk to
We're
these
trying
people.
to put Balin's head back on.
Okay.
Maybe we can get
the
them to
road.
the next town and then leave them there.
Well, as y'all start walking out, you see Harvey starting to take off down the thing because he was told y'all died.
No more horse. My Phantom Steed. Or I could just tell my Phantom Steed to come back.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. And the fan Steve's like, what the hell? Oh, I was told y'all died.
Who told you we died?
Pretty sure you knew that was it, but okay.
Anyway.
I told you we was putting Ben's head back on. See, it's on.
Got it on backwards.
No, it's on right. It was twisted around backwards earlier and then bit off, but I put it back on right.
I think you mistakenly asked for the head.
No,
So
that was
no.
coming.
the 2 individuals that were about to get ate.
Yes.
Are you two okay?
As you take a closer look, you see that it's an elderly man with black hair, and he has some elf ears. He appears to be like a half elf. And next to him is a humanoid or human female child that's holding on to him, going, Papa, what were they gonna do with us?
They were gonna eat you.
What the Don't listen to her, sweetheart.
No,
She's
they were. When I
They were
stirred
going to
the
put
pot,
you in
there
the
was-
stew and...
La 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 la.
if she doesn't know the danger, she won't know to stay out of the woods alone.
Maybe you should just give her a little red Riding Hood.
No, not
Our-
questioning. Just
Care friend was ambushed.
Hmm.
We just happened to be the runaway when it happened and ran into these guys.
Where would your
I'm
caravan
not
ambush
saying
at?
it's a good
Oh.
situation. I'm just saying lying to kids never produces good outcomes. They're smarter than you think.
Well, I guess I should ask, were you near the Sunless Citadel then?
We were on our way to Sokumer from.
Because we've heard caravans
having
being
a stroke?
raided near there.
Not yet.
Little girl, I don't think your daddy's going to make it.
We headed out of Loudwater heading to Cucumber.
Cucumbers?
Okay.
How do you pronounce that damn town? And we took off running.
No, all right. Well,
So,
So that might be a play. What were you attacked by? A raiding party or giants?
first there were goblins, and then we
we
had
go goblin
couple of-
hunting?
giants that came in after them.
Okay. Yeah, we had just heard some caravans had been raided as
Yeah.
well in this area, but that was
They
more
were more
towards
by
the
giants because there's
Citadel.
also hill giants that would eat people, probably, on the road.
Well, the
I
Citadel's
think,
just up in the high forest to the northeast of here.
Yeah, we're heading to check out the issue with the hill giants in the area, ransacking the villages, and then we were gonna head towards some of the Citadel.
Isn't that what I
Speaking
just
of things non having to do with this conversation,
That's what
Sparky,
I
do you
said
need
we were
healing?
doing.
Huh?
I know. Sparky,
What?
do you need healing?
I mean, I got baseball smacked, but I'm fine right now.
said?
I'd be all right.
Baseball smack.
Yeah, it's a stick ball. The
I
kids
go
in
over and put a
Waterdeep
hand
streets,
on
they hit a
you.
little ball with a little bitty stick and knock it in the air. That's what
Sparky,
happened
do
to
you
me.
want to sit on my shoulder real quick?
Sure.
Uh,
You get 6 hit points back as you land on my shoulder.
all right. But no, he continues to tell you about the raiding parties and that usually, or what happened with him was there's a group of goblins that kind of slowed down the cart as hill giants came out of the woods and attacked.
Oh, well, that's a shame.
The giants are working with the goblins. Interesting.
Or the goblins too afraid not to tell the giants no.
It's true.
I mean, would you
So-
tell a giant no
Yes?
if you were my size?
And
Even
as
more
big as
so,
a weapon?
probably.
And magic as you? Yes?
Okay, point made. But goblins, I don't think are.
It's fair. It's not what you asked.
All right. So, do y'all take them to
We're gonna
Cucumber?
head. Yeah, we're gonna head back to the Cucumber town.
Cucumber. Okay.
Cucumber. Okay.
All right. Well,
However, it's pronounced.
yeah,
Midsummer? What?
it is. Secomber. Secomber.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Sycamore.
I
Like
don't know.
beachcomber, but Sycamore. Yeah.
English
sounds
wasn't
good.
my first language.
It's okay.
Gaga Google was my first language.
I knew something smart ass was coming.
Yeah.
What do you mean
All
by
right,
that?
so yeah. Are you two okay if we're just going to Sycamore to drop you off, right? We're not taking you anywhere else, but we can get you to some civilization at least.
Oh yes, yes. If you don't mind. Hopefully the rest of the party is back there, and I can take them back to their parents.
Where were you ambushed on the road? Was it behind us, in front of us? Because we didn't see anything behind us.
We were coming down Unicorn Run.
I can't see the map, so I don't know where that is. But
Why can't you see the map?
because we're still on the mountain landscape, which is
Well-
fine. But do I know where Unicorn is? I mean, I assume I
Yeah.
have some.
Where is Runic Unicorn Run?
right there.
Oh,
they're-
perfect.
Yeah, they were coming out of Loud Water along the ridge here, and then crossed over the bridge to come down. And just about the time they were crossing over the bridge, they were.
As we go up, we'll keep look then, and if we see anybody else, we'll help if we can.
So what they did is when the raid took the little girl and guy, the old man kind of ran that way.
Well, is there anyone we should be on the lookout for?
I don't think so.
Yeah, how many were in your?
Like any
All right.
survivors in case they're stuck out there and need help too?
Nope,
Well,
apparently
how many
not.
were in your
No one to look out
caravan?
for.
So we can see if they've been eaten by ogres too.
There was about 7 guards and me, my granddaughter. She was spending the week with me up in Loudwater. I'm bringing her back to her parents. And there's a couple of merchants that are coming
Couple.
through.
2?
That's usually a couple means.
Some
But in
people
this
use the
case,
word couple wrong, so I have to ask.
Well, there were a couple of merchants.
A thruple couple? That's 3. Wait, what?
Well, a couple of merchants is just 2 couples.
Well, there were a couple of merchants, which were 2, who happened to be a couple.
Okay.
So there was a few of them.
I always just wonder why people say couple and not 2.
That's fine.
Because
But
heck,
we'll-
2 is
we'll
only
drop
3
you.
letters, and couple is like a bunch of letters.
Well, couple is short for
5.
2.
Yeah, like Bob is
I know,
short for Billy
6.
Bob,
Well, no, Bob's
Or
short for
whatever.
Bo.
or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, no, Bob's short for Bo and notes. Let me find it. I'm looking for the random names. Roy is short for
I
Alexander.
sometimes wonder why we don't get farther each session, and then I remember.
So we're gonna kick these people out at Succumber and continue on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is Succumber
Well-
teeny tiny place?
Succumber is considered a small town, primarily humans and halflings. About this time, it's a population of about 1,500 people.
That's not too bad.
Yeah.
I say that living in town I do where millions.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh yeah, no, it's like just a little bit smaller than here.
Yeah, this is
It's like your block.
it's homey.
Yeah. Um, but Succumber sits atop of 3 stone hills on the northern banks of the southern running Unicorn Run River and the western running River Delimbury, directly south of the town. Uh, we don't need to know about that yet. Um, and we've already talked about that trail. So, yeah.
Along the way, I would ask their names, and as pleasant as Sue can talk, she talks.
All right. Well, the little girl perks up. Well, this is Papa, and my name is Alice.
Alice, what do people in the town call your papa? What's his name?
They call him Big Papa.
Does he crush a lot?
Back in his younger days.
Okay. Hey, Big Papa.
Yes.
Wow, your voice changed. That's odd. Does that name bring back memories for you?
Oh, yeah.
Cool. I go back to ignoring them.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nah.
just give me a con save, and I'm just gonna vortex warp him out of the cart.
I just was trying to be nice and start conversation and see if they had,
That sounded a little
business.
creepy.
Yeah, it was weird. I don't know.
No.
Of course, per usual, all you see is my little legs dangling out of the back.
He goes, don't listen to her. My name is John Dean. I go by the name Jax.
Undine.
That's what.
John Dean, and he goes by Jax.
Yes.
No.
Yeah. But he continues to have a lovely conversation as you all work to Succumber, and we'll come back to Succumber after our
Yep.
studio announcements.
We have no video announcements. Unfortunately,
That's
we
just
don't
a
have
break.
that. But we will be
Yeah.
taking a 10-minute break so that people can use the restroom, grab snacks,
I have ice
and I
cream
can take
tonight.
this guy out for a walk.
Alrighty.
So we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go too far.
Bye.
gonna check.
All right, and we are back from our break and ready to, I guess, enter the city of Sycomor. Or Sycomor.
Yep.
Town, the village.
Yeah, whatever it is.
So
That place.
mosey on in. We are coming to the village of Sycomor. This beautiful map was made on Incarnate by a gentleman named Scat, who allows you to actually clone his maps. So give a little shout out to him.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, it's a really nice map.
God, I love a good map.
All right, and y'all are coming in the south town over here.
All right. We're down here. Oh, I feel like I'm big for this map.
Just a wee bit.
Oh no, it's the Giants.
Oh, let me delete that so I can actually pull up my character sheet. Thank you. Well, Harvey. Okay. As you guys come in, you. Ow, 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 ow. Here's my damn.
How long did it take us to get here?
From where you started this morning and the
Mhm.
interaction with the ogres, I'm gonna say it took y'all about 3 hours.
Okay, not bad.
Yeah. So you, Jax and Alice had a nice little conversation. He informed you about the family and stuff like that.
Sure.
Gave you a little history on Sycomor. It was built on the western ruins of Hastar, capital of an ancient wizard kingdom of Athanalter. We've had constant threats of hobgoblin raids. Now we have giants coming in. So we've eradicated these walls. Let's see. Many adventuring bands were lost trying to free the town from the grip of fear. Sycomor resorted to having tributes outside Mishka Warren, the lair of the Urshuran clan, which did appease the hobgoblins, and that's why they haven't been raiding. Now they have giants raiding. And it talks about some gargoyle attacks that keep coming through every once in a while, coming out of the old ruins to the south. So yeah, they're kind of screwed.
Yeah, they get a lot.
Yeah. But yeah. That's what he tells you about.
Does he tell us
That
who the
is-
mayor is at all?
The current lord is Cheskir Solar.
Yeah, no, what?
Sure.
Treskar Solar. I will put it in chat.
So that we
Because,
can
like I said-
mispronounce it ourselves.
Yes.
Right.
Treskar Salam.
What I said.
Treskar Solarn.
That's what I said.
Yeah, sure, okay.
Okay. Treskar Salarn. All right. And I guess he'll be in the Lord's Hill and Fort.
Yes.
All right, so Sparky's legs are still like dangling out of the bag.
Okay.
How long of a ride was it from the fight?
It was about a 3-hour tour.
Okay. So
Yep.
within those 3 hours, I rolled a 16 on a tinker check.
Okay.
Could I have made something like a toy in that amount of time?
You sure can.
Okay.
I will allow that.
God, are you going to torture this girl with a ogre toy?
Actually, yes.
Now I am.
No, I already that was already in my mind. So I finally, as soon as the wagon stops, I kind of like shove myself out of the bag and I reach in and I pull out what looks like an ogre toy, covered in
Okay.
covered in glitter. And he's got their hands are like this, like little boxing hands.
Okay.
And I pat him on the head, and he starts wiggling.
Oh,
Okay.
dancing ogre. That's cute.
And I hand it to the little girl.
She looks at it. He's quite ugly, but I love him.
Mm-hmm.
He's all yours.
I thank you.
You're welcome.
All
As I look up and
right.
hand it to her.
Sorry, I'm just pulling something out in case you actually follow a
No.
thread.
Yeah, I'm
Just in
totally
case.
going to go look at the gargoyles and the hobgoblins. Are you kidding me?
I mean,
They keeps me out of the damn bar.
Yeah. But as you approach the gates, the guards come stepping out. Good day. Any troubles along the road?
Yeah, we ran into a bunch of dancing ogres.
well, I mean, they were off the road, but
I'm just kind of staying silent in the back.
these two were captured by ogres.
Oh, Jax. So you guys did make it alive. We heard about your caravan. The town was putting together a search party for you. Please, go.
Yeah, you got to do a search party now. We found them dangling over a soup bowl.
What bowl?
Well, it was a cauldron, vegetables, and they're hanging upside down above it.
Okay. And found this in dancing ogres?
Yes. The dancing ogres
Well,
are going to eat them.
Magic caused them to dance.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. Harvey calls them to dance.
Yeah, with his magic.
I just covered them in sprinkles.
Okay. Sparkling dancing ogres. I will
Yeah,
say
like
that's
hers.
the first
Little
I've
toy
heard it. Interesting. Looks like they have moves like Jagger.
Who's Jagger?
Sure.
He's the local bard.
You've never heard of
That's-
Jagger?
No.
Me neither.
Jagger Figlestinks.
We used to have a bard that came through the Feywild called Swagger, but I mean it's different. I think it's a different person altogether.
Wow.
So they open the gates. You'll go wandering in. You see as you enter into the hill fort a gentleman. Let's see, doesn't say what he looks like. A male human with blondish gray hair. I don't know. That's Elminster. Why do they have Elminster as a poster for this guy?
Because we're not in Shadowdale.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a twin. You like twins.
Yeah. All right. He's a blondish gray hair gentleman wearing some brown and green leathers. To the side of him, you do see a mastiff, but this mastiff seems to be a lot bigger than what you've seen before. Strapped to his back, he has a a long bow and two scimitars to the sides as he's talking about the front of the guards. Uh, you hear him talking about the attacks and describing your two passengers and discussing the last place they were seen.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
I'm gonna just gonna go stand like behind him as he's talking, not say anything.
okay. That's gonna be a little difficult because he's kind of up on a podium. So if you're gonna climb up on the podium, it's without being noticed, it's gonna be a little difficult.
Is it?
Well, let's see.
All right. Is there any chance? You know what? I'm just gonna pass without a trace of myself.
All right.
So
What
that's
you,
a 30.
what are you trying to do?
Be a dick.
Sneak up behind the lord of this town.
The 10 on a dice, 10 because pass without a trace, and 10 because of my stealth ad. So it's 30.
Nice.
And I just like to tap, tap, tap.
All righty. As you seem to go unnoticed, as you climb up there, you tap. He startles. He turns, draws his weapon along with the guards around the.
I smile and
Podium.
go, we found them.
He found who?
You know, the little girl and crap, I just wrote down their
Jack.
names. Hold on, please.
Jack and Alice.
John Dean, Jax, and Alice. We found them.
Oh, you have.
Yeah, they're
Stand
over
down,
there.
then.
I'll
Stand
point.
down, man. He kind of looks over, sees you in the cart.
I just didn't want you to like continue with the.
Well, couldn't
You
you
know.
just came up to the podium and said something instead of?
Seemed like the
Yeah,
most
shit.
direct way.
I mean, she did. She came up on the podium and let you know as the little fairy flies around circles around them.
I didn't think I could get your attention through all these people. Don't hit my friend.
What is? Oh,
Don't hit my friend.
thought that was a fly buzzing by. Sorry.
I'm a little bigger than a fly. Thank you very much.
What kind of bugs do you have here? This seems insane.
During the early spring,
Oh,
some of them,
Jesus. Was this Australia?
some of the pond areas, we get these very huge mosquitoes.
They're
and
called
stuff.
sturges.
Yes.
I don't think I'd be swinging it with my hand to a sturge, or standing there. I don't know, calmly swinging at a sturge.
Oh.
Plus, I'm prettier than a sturge. It flies away.
Strange character.
Yeah. Anyway, we found them.
Well, we appreciate that. Well, I guess I can call off this and
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
turns around. Goes, okay, gentlemen and ladies. Sorry, Sergeant, I keep forgetting. We're calling off the search because apparently they're found. And crowd kind of cheers and go, oh yay. So dismissed, I guess. He's getting the sense he's not a very good, competent leader per se. He's more of a lone wolf, but you hear a few chuckles in the crowd.
Why are they laughing at him?
Look behind him.
Oh, God. Got it.
But yeah, you get a sense that he was kind of put in charge of this town instead of volunteering.
Okay. Well,
No.
are you Solarn? I don't know. He pronounced your name like 5 different ways in the wagon.
Cheskar Solarin? Yes,
Yeah.
that would be me.
You're sure it's not so?
Or were they just making fun of your name?
Well, that's what the guy said his
Well-
name was. I'm just repeating it.
They probably have a little resentment to the Lord's Alliance, which is they pretty much swindled me into keeping watch over the city. So, you know.
If you were swindled, then the people shouldn't be mocking of you.
Well, if I can be honest, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Oh, yeah. No, we could tell that.
Sue,
What?
that's just mean.
Sorry.
I mean, it's true, but it's still mean.
We anyway, while we were in the coming back here with Jackson Ellis, you mentioned something about some other problems you've had. Why is your town such a target for monsters?
Well, we are pretty much the intersection for just about everything. I mean, we have ruins to the south, ruins to the north. We got ghost towns to the northwest. This is the epicenter, I guess, for the strange and unusual. And
I
but
want to live here.
it is, I guess the gateway to all the other regions. Because if you notice that the Unicorn Run and the Del and
Yeah.
River all runs through. And so adventurers seek fame and fortune diving through the abandoned mage towers and the sunken city below and the Bilmar rivers. And
So,
of course,
what you're trying to say, and Sparky will put on his best realtor agent's voice, it's all about location, location, location.
Exactly. Well, to be fair, it's not necessarily the location. It's just we end up having adventurers come in and disturb certain regions, areas, not doing things properly, I guess. And, well, they come
Is
back
there a
here to
proper way
rest.
to disturb things?
I don't know.
Is there like a
maybe not.
manual that tells you exactly what steps to do to disturb? Whatever you do when you go into the ancient mage's tower, don't wake the guy. He's sleeping and he's very tired. I mean, things like that.
Good question, actually.
Yeah, things like that. If lore of an item that's cursed, it's probably cursed, and you shouldn't bring it back to this town. You should actually probably just leave it where you found it. But things like that trigger
Well, there was
ogres and
there was
Mhm.
a warrant or a bulletin put out for the giants to the north.
Yes,
So
they are new. I'm not sure why, but they've been hitting our caravans, raiding for materials and food, it seems like. But I've sent out a few brave souls who wish to, I guess, make their fame and fortune. But that was about 2 weeks ago, and I've yet to hear anything.
Did one of
Is
them
there
look
any-
like, and I'll describe what the guy looked like with the fancy arm bracers.
There was a gentleman that had some very nice armor that was intricately oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Embroidered. So it could have been him. That was kind of a douche in my opinion.
Is there
Well,
any type of
I
caravans that
think
they seem to
he
be?
became lunch, but anyway.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are there any type of caravans that they seem to be hitting more in regards to the materials that they're taking versus what they leave abandoned?
Um no, they're mainly the trade caravans that come through here. So it's been, textiles, uh, lumber. There's been some weaponry, um, but yeah,
All right.
uh, food or some of the smaller farms and stuff on the outside of town.
Is your town providing the pay for that bulletin, or is that, or it? I guess Marcus as DM. Did the
Mhm.
bulletin say where we get that reward from? Was it this town or was it the city?
That would have been the city itself
Okay.
So they
because
already paid the
he,
city.
yeah, they paid
Okay.
the city to find adventurers because
Perfect.
they only have a small amount of people and the people that work
Yep,
there
that's
enough to
perfect.
go.
Just checking. Jax also mentioned some gargoyles that were giving you problems from the South Ruins. What's that up? Do you know anything about that?
Yes. Remember that cursed item thing I was talking about?
Yeah.
Well, one adventurer happened to come back through from one of the ruins down there and brought some kind of statue, I guess. And as rumors say that this was some kind of deity statue of some sort. I don't know. Like I said,
And
as he
it's in
looked you
town?
over that, you kind of get the sense he was in kind of the same job as you were, who's now stuck settling down in a house. Uh, yeah. Well, apparently he sold it, and someone in the underbelly of this town, or it's moved through. I'm not 100% sure. Like I said, it's all scuttlebutt. And, well, gargoyles came through, started attacking the town, and, well, that adventurer is now buried in the cemetery. So, don't
Hmm.
know. It's been probably a week or so since the attacks.
They attacked you just the once?
From what I can tell, yes. We haven't had any other issues uh, from gargoyles, I should say.
Well, then they likely got the statue back and you're fine, right? I mean, that's what I would think.
So the next adventure comes
Hopefully.
along, grabs it, and brings it to town.
Yeah. That's the problem I have with adventurers.
Well, if you don't want us to go up north, we understand.
Oh, no, 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 no. I don't mind y'all going out on an adventure. Hell, I'd like to know what's in those ruins myself. But if you come across some lore that says, hey, don't touch this, you shouldn't touch it, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I've never
Mhm.
seen that really work because I always put "Don't touch this" on my cake when I put it in the cold box, but somebody's always eating it.
You see Harvey kind of standing over the
It's not just Harvey; Sue's doing it too.
Oh.
My stealth, you would never know.
She fades in the bush.
So, yes, please feel free to adventure. Let us know what's in the old Mage Tower below the old bridge.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
So, from the sounds of it, there's other stuff to do around here, but I think it'd be best if we just hit what we knew we had. Some of this other stuff might not pay out with what we're looking for. I mean, the Mage Tower might have some interesting items, but we're kind of on a mission to do what we can do. And that's to deal with these giants that are raiding these villages.
Oh, that would definitely be the first point. I mean, for sure.
After that, there's also the Sunless Citadel that's not terribly far away.
Well, we'll
the
see.
forest.
We'll see what happens.
We have jobs to do. We're not adventurers. We're hunters. Our bounty hunters, hunter bounties, whatever
Yeah,
the
but
heck
now that I'm
Sue
out of the
calls it.
city, it's a great big world out here.
I'm a chef who just practices magic on the side.
Yeah, I think I've seen that play. I'm just the cook.
So, I mean, we could explore some of the stuff that's around here if you want.
No, I understand what you're saying. Since adventurers come and go and sell things here and leave with things, are there any stores or points of interest within the city or within your town here that we should take a look at before we head north?
But we have no money.
Yeah, I was just about to whisper a message into your ear. Do you got any money you're holding out on?
I have 47 gold.
I'm sure we can buy plenty with 47 gold.
I feel like I can buy something with it.
Okay. Sorry, I had emergency text.
Are you okay?
Yeah. What was your question to me?
Store.
Huh?
Magic item shop.
Yeah, I was asking if since there were adventurers that seemed to come and go in and out of the town, probably offloading goods, were there any shops with points of interest that we should take a look at before we move forward?
A lot of the trade was done through the trade caravans when they come through town and set up for the
Okay.
day.
Never hurts to ask.
Yeah. We're just a small little village. I mean, we have some woodworkers, some basic blacksmiths.
Yeah, I totally get that, but I just figured I would check.
I figured if anybody was buying any items that come out of these weird places that you heard about being nearby.
Yes.
Since you're kind of a trade hub.
Right. Trade comes through here, but not a lot of folks have money per se.
I feel like you're missing an opportunity somehow.
That sounds familiar.
I'm confused.
Not a lot of people have money.
Well, yeah. I mean
I
these
feel
are
for them.
simple farmers and fishermen and dock workers and
Some of the richest people I know are farmers. Anyway.
Sue's the richest person I know.
Oh, you got to get out more.
Yeah.
So,
right.
Shall we head up the Unicorn Run?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're heading up.
How far?
How long have we been moving around?
Not long, like 5 hours.
Yeah, 3 to 5.
How far is it from here to where we're going, based on the information we have?
Based on the information you have,
So something else. While we were in the cart, we had basically a 3-hour ride. If anyone decided to attune to said item, we picked up.
Yeah,
that's true.
I did not.
I'm a wizard.
No, I totally would.
About 15 miles.
My attunement slots are currently maxed out.
Mine
It's-
are.
It's weird. I've got a cloak and a smooth stone in my pocket, but I can't attune to anything else. It's awful strange.
I will say it will take you about 2.5 to 3 hours to get all the way to the north of
Yeah.
basically the Star Mounts.
Wherever these
Maybe-
hill giants are, they're
Yeah.
causing trouble.
So do you think our loud wagon's going to attract any attention?
Look at the brazenly colorful wagon.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Harvey kind of looks at it. So they've been attacking trade caravans, correct?
That's
come
what
on.
it says.
This
They're
thing
attacking
here
trade
screams,
caravans.
hit me, hit me, hit me. I mean, surely
Yeah.
something will attack it.
Okay.
Sure
And of
seems
course,
like
it's got
it'd
that
be
great
carrying
tune that
something.
plays every time we go places.
Uh-huh.
Oh. Okay.
I'm sure if nothing else, they'll be trying to sleep and want to hit us just to shut us up.
Do
Go ahead.
no, I got nothing. It's no, I lied. It's just the caravans, not any boats that it attacks, correct?
Right.
Okay, just making sure because there's docks there, so I didn't know if.
These are for the folks who decide not to take the river.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll head up
Yep.
along the road.
Again.
Just can't wait.
If we
No.
ever need it, my private sanctum that can keep people out, it let me double check. It takes me 10 minutes to cast it, so
Okay. So yeah, we'll go ahead and start to get ready to go. Which we are ready, so let's go.
All right. As y'all are heading up there. Yes.
something I could do as well is if we get to a big area that's holding a lot of them,
Uh-huh.
just as an option.
Fireball?
I can, when I ward the area, I could ward it if they don't know we're there. And then I can choose that, they are affected by the warded area, so it'll be darkness and they won't be able to see, they'll be blind.
Okay.
But we'll be able to see inside the warded area if we decide to go that route.
Okay. All right.
If that's an option, if we need it.
Good to know.
So, y'all are heading on up. Who's driving this cart?
Oh, so north. Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I can let someone else take control of the steed, or I can try and.
I'd like to be able to just keep a lookout, so somebody else could drive.
I mean, why don't you
that.
just Gandalf this shit?
All
What?
right. Jesus comes out and he takes the wheel.
Who's
Who?
Jesus?
The
It's
song.
Harvey's living.
But I mean, I can take control of it
Yeah.
if you want.
I was just making a, what was it, Miranda Lambert joke.
Oh no. No.
Jesus take the wheel.
Oh.
Yeah, sure. That's a lyric.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny.
I'm just kidding.
Don't
Just
slap him in the face.
No, I don't. I just don't listen to Miranda Lambert. So I didn't get it. That's all.
Disadvantage for all of you.
I don't believe it.
I mean, it's on the board, and he's already.
Yeah, I
already
believe
spent
it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
You didn't get his Miranda
Uh,
Lambert joke, so he gave you disadvantage.
Oh, you're lucky. I just rolled 20 and a 14 for my perception
I think
check.
he's
Whenever
just
you
throwing his
acquire.
points away because you got disadvantage to begin with, and then advantage after that.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's
Yeah.
a little bored. All right.
No, I had about 4 digits sitting there. I'm like, let's get rid of some of these.
And you decided
have
just
4
to do the
digits?
advantages?
Yeah.
Oh,
down.
All right.
I just want
So-
some love, Papa.
Don't have issues because you're following the river. Who's going to be the lookout?
No, down. Not me.
Me.
Yes. My monkey will be assisting her, looking out.
So wait, do I have disadvantage? Advantage
Pointing.
straight roll?
It's a straight roll. I was fucking with you.
Yeah, the
You're gonna
monkey
knock
will
that
be
thing down on
pointing
top
out
of
what
you
it
and
sees
you're gonna like it.
with its minuscule perception.
Okay, so it's a 17 on the dice plus 5, 22.
Okay. As you guys follow along the river and get into the wood line there,
No.
you notice that just before the sun starts to fade, right about there, you're seeing some smoke coming up.
All right. But we haven't noticed anything else in the woods, like other than ahead of us.
You see some wildlife kind of scattering and stuff like that, but nothing major.
Are there signs of giants in the area? You know, trails, trees that have been destroyed to make room for large creatures.
You do notice there is the path that you're on seems to have been widened a lot more than what you would normally think.
Okay. Well,
Looking out for.
do we
Traps,
want to take the cart to
ambushes.
get there faster, or do we want to abandon the cart and sneak up on our feet to see what's going on? Or can you send an owl? Or can
I
you
can
owl?
send my monkey.
Just might be good to get some idea what we're walking into.
It's gonna take me a little bit to change to my owl. I mean, you know, I got my flying monkey. He's not as fast, but he can still get up there.
Can we get closer with the cart and then send the monkey?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
Sparky?
if you want to.
Sparky, do you want to go look? If you can look and not do anything just to tell us what's up there?
I mean, if we decide to take just give me a second, you know, oh wow, it's an hour to do that. Never
Mhm.
mind.
Might
Yeah,
help
it's gonna
if I
take me
actually
some time.
unmuted myself when I said that. So, wait, you want to send me but not the monkey?
We can send both of you, but I didn't want you to think I thought the monkey would do a better job, because it wouldn't.
Oh no,
I
no,
want
no,
you-
no. The monkey does a better job. He can see better than I can, apparently.
I didn't want you to feel.
Pats you on the head. All right, monkey, let's go.
I guess they're going and up ahead.
Do you purposely try to offend people, Sue, or
No.
okay?
Why?
I'm just
Did I offend you?
no. I'm
Okay.
okay.
You know, it's fairly true that I think they're equally.
My
Yes,
charisma's only
they
a
are.
15, you guys.
You're
That's
way
better
more.
than
You
mine.
Yeah,
are
you're
more
more-
charismatic than I am.
I think
Oh,
you're the most
well, I guess I'm
charismatic
just a
character on
jerk.
the board.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I've got a
Bard's gotta have
14.
Yeah, Harvey's at an 18.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did not expect that.
Yeah, it's just your people skills seems a little.
I'm used to working alone.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, me and the monkey will take off flying. How high can the monkey fly?
30 a minute or 30 a turn. Same flight speed as you.
Okay, so we can I meant high, not speed wise. I mean, if there's a height. Well, I don't think this even says a height.
There aren't height
We'll stay
limits.
above the trees and try to use the tree line as cover.
Okay.
So I don't want to be right out in the open.
As you kind of glide and skip over the tree canopies, you do notice up ahead that in Discord.
Oh, that is anything that's a small picture.
Oh, let me see if I can blow it up bigger.
That's okay. I mean, I'm okay with it being small, like
I-
an anthill, right?
Something makes me think that this isn't a simple hill giant fortress.
Yeah, no. We might have been given some
Misinformation.
misinformation there, or I mean, maybe this isn't where we're supposed to go. Maybe it's farther up. Or on the other side of the river. Did we notice anything on the other side of the river?
You see on the other side some tree lines and stuff like that. But those two there, they noticed that on the three hills, one, a two, a three, are these little,
Mountains.
yes.
Those are hill giant things.
Oh,
Mhm.
Looking through the eyes of my familiar,
That seems a little more organized than giants I've heard of, but okay, all right, cool.
way more organized than hill
Let's
giants, it
just
seems.
go take care of the gargoyles, I feel like. Let's just turn around.
It's worth seeing what's going on up here.
Okay.
You know,
not
maybe
that
it's
any of you
just.
see that. Only Balin does.
I describe it in vivid
That's true.
detail.
They all look
Okay.
exactly alike.
There is slight coloration differences, and the crest on the flags as you get closer are similar but different. There's slight differences to it. So these could be family crests of sorts that are possibly amongst three brothers or something along the lines. They're close resemblance of crest, but you can tell there are some slight differences. Like, say, instead of a lion, it's a tiger crest or something like that.
Lions, tigers, and bears.
Oh
Is
my!
only one on fire?
None on fire.
None are on fire. Okay, so the smoke is just normal smoke, not.
Yeah, the
Okay.
smoke that you see
Got it.
are coming from these huge braziers that are just outside the main entrances
Yeah.
on top of the hills and down at the base of the mountain.
Okay. I was hoping that maybe they were warring with each other and we could just go in and sabotage, but all right.
So what the closest one that I can see, do we see any movement around it?
Give me a perception. You got low passive, right?
Oh yeah, I got a little passive.
Monkey will join you.
Oh, well, that's not too bad. That's a 91. I mean,
You rolled a percentile.
no,
Huh?
I'm looking at it upside down. It's going to be, you said perception?
Yes.
With 17.
And 91.
All right.
The monkey isn't paying attention. It's fine. It was a 3.
Do you see that these are nothing too extravagant going on, but it does sound as festivals are going on inside the city?
Okay. So I will look at the monkey and say, what do you think, boy? Think we should go back? You think we should go back?
Monkey doesn't see anything that you're seeing except that there's big town.
you don't control the monkey? You just see through its eyes?
Not this far out.
Oh.
If it's out further than, like, I just told it to go scout. And once it's out of range, I can't tell it to do anything else, but I can still see through its eyes. And hear what it hears, smell what it smells.
No.
And you feel what it feels.
I mean, if he thinks that we should go back, the monkey will easily cooperate with him. The monkey's not.
He'll get a good look at what he can see. Can you see any people moving around?
You do see some people moving back and forth, but mostly looks like a festival is going on.
Well, we're here finding giants. Is that what I see?
Yes, you do see hill giants, but you also notice some grayish-looking giants and some other weird-looking giants.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Descriptions, so I can give it to the group when I get back.
Sure can.
You'll send it to me privately, and then I can try to describe it in.
Sure.
All right.
I wonder if the other, the one where we saw, you know, there's this festival-like thing, or that you saw festival-like thing happening through the bird's eye, or when he gets back. I wonder if the other ones are empty. The other cities are emptied, and they're all here.
Maybe, yeah. I mean,
We could go poison the food and water supplies at the other two places if they are empty. It will be a slow burn for killing out a lot of them.
the issue I see with that is any of these that we poison, this river runs down, so we'd inevitably probably be poisoning the river and the people below.
Poisoning their food stocks would poison the river?
Oh, I thought you meant poison the water.
No. Their drinks, like if they have meat or wine or, you know, their food supplies that they have like stocked in storage and stuff like that, you know, like their grains and their.
Do you have the means to poison this?
I mean, I don't know. I don't per se.
Yeah, I
But
don't have any means to poison.
we could figure that out, maybe. I don't know. It's just an idea. Just an idea, okay? I feel like that's too many. We can't just go in and, I mean, we don't have any bombs either, so I don't know what we're going to do.
Yeah, I don't know what to do against these things.
Be right back. What y'all
Okay.
discuss.
Yeah, I
this
don't
was
know.
supposed to be just hill giants, not stone giants as well.
Yeah. But the giants getting all together, that's not good either.
No.
That screams bad things to me.
So there's an abandoned mage tower and an old bridge back there.
Yeah, but
Maybe
that's
we'll
what we're
find
paid
books.
to do. We're being
Well, I
paid
mean, we
to
haven't
take
been
care
paid
of
to
the
do
giants.
this yet either, so.
All right, so we fly back, and we get back. So I saw some stuff, but I don't know if Bird Boy did.
Bird boy?
Oh, monkey, bird, whatever you call the thingy.
Oh.
No, he wasn't really focusing in on anything in particular.
Okay, well, I saw these big, ugly, slow-looking giants. They. And then there was others that was they were kind of like milky white or sky blue colored, and they had silver hair. Some of them
Shit.
kind of had brass hair, with blue eyes, really tall, about 18 feet or so tall. and there were some that had like granite gray skin, real gaunt,
All the giants.
and black sunken eyes.
We had a chance against just hill giants, but this is more than just hill giants.
Oh,
Agreed.
I'm gonna have to get on to a puppy.
Okay. So yeah, I'm not sure the best course of action against this.
I don't even know if we should do this. I mean, I can do a lot of damage on a first few rounds, but I don't have. I don't know. I don't have endless endurance. We'll call it.
Yeah, yeah. I
But
mean,
you don't think that if we take it really easy and think real smart about this, we can't do something about it?
well, what do you have in mind?
I don't know. I'm not the smart one. You are.
Yeah, no, we could have dealt with hill giants, but it sounds like there's more than just that.
I just how many did you say you saw? I mean, it was a
I
lot.
didn't have a
right?
number.
You didn't have a number.
He said some sort of festival, so I don't know.
So that's
Yeah,
gonna
they're
be a
having some
lot.
sort of party.
I don't.
Yeah.
Unless we can go in and do something like I suggested, poison their supply of food for their gathering or something like that. I don't see how we can take out a large number of these guys unless we wait for them all to go to sleep and kind of slit their throats in their sleep. That's not going to be easy either.
No, no. I'm not sure what to do against these. I mean, like I said before, just hill giants is one thing, but gray, white, all the different colored ones that are most likely.
Marcus, was it like a small delegation of each type of giant, or was it like a lot of them?
It seemed like a small delegation of giants.
I mean, none of us can speak giant.
No.
I don't believe.
Yeah, because I was going to ask if you could overhear them, but yeah, you can't understand them.
Yeah, I did. I heard him. It's like.
Just a second. I believe I got a spell just for this. So yes, I do have comprehend languages.
Okay.
But
So I do have that lasts. So I'm double checking. I don't think it allows me to speak it.
do you think we could negotiate with them? If we could find a way to get someone to speak with them, do you think we could ask them why they were like, what do they need? Maybe we can set up a trade with them.
Well, they tend to be evil creatures by
Yeah, I
nature.
know.
And yeah, this spell only allows me to understand them, not speak it.
Oh, it was just an idea.
So what's the plan?
We don't have a plan, sir.
Shall we go sneak up and see what's going on?
I mean, I think we're going to have to at minimum. This might be something that we have to kind of gear up and get ready for and not take on right away. It kind of sucks because I wanted the monies.
Yeah, and this was supposedly the
Just for the-
cheapest of all of them.
It's just a few giants.
Few dozen giants?
Well, weren't
One,
we
two, three,
to
four,
take care of the
five,
ones that
six.
were attacking caravans?
I mean, we could wait for the giants
Just because
to come
there are
out.
giants up there, don't mean that's the ones we're going for.
We could just.
Points? That's a good point.
Oh, I mean, it's probably one of the three that are up here.
Yes, but we can wait until they attack us and then take them out.
That's true.
I mean, that it's a course of action. We can wait for them to attack us first.
Well, if we just go up and down the roads with our giant, colorful caravan until we get attacked.
And have Harvey do the music thingy.
Oh, okay. So is that what you want to do?
We'll see if wait for the ones to attack us first.
Is there any way to make the wagon move on its own and make it look like there's people on it?
I do not have that ability.
Harvey?
Magic-wise. We could just do a simple,
Holy method.
physical.
Minor illusion on it to make it look.
We could do a pulley system.
I know. And I go and grab some clothes out of somebody's bag.
I got the clothes I'm wearing.
Probably a combination of Sue's and Balin's clothes. Since they're the only
I got
two
the
that really
clothes
wear
I'm wearing.
Oh, you don't have any like other outfits, like underwear and such?
I mean, I have some undergarments, I'm sure, but like my outfit changes.
Okay.
Glamour, armor.
What you you're putting some outfits together, you said?
Well, I was going to stuff them with grass from the surrounding area.
He wants to make fake peoples.
Making a dummy.
Well,
Yes,
as
dummies.
you're getting costumes
people.
together, you see 3 cub-like bears come walking up to you and start to try to put on the costumes, picking up some spears as Harvey does his flock of familiars.
That's
Okay,
funny.
that's a thing.
Did you just summon Ewoks?
No, I summon cub-like bears.
With spears.
I gave them some spears so it looks like they're armed.
No, Disney, it is not Ewoks.
So,
But if it was, it would be hella cute.
They're just bears.
Okay. That look similar but different to Ewoks?
Sure.
If that's what you like to imagine.
It really is. It really is.
Nub nub.
And then they climb up in the cart and start to go
They're
down.
adorable. And they're adorable. They're the cutest.
Mhm.
Just the cutest.
And I guess me and the familiar can fly up in the air, kind of watch the cart from above.
All our carts
Okay.
can get wrecked.
well, I mean, something we could do is we could just take a wheel off like we have a broken axle.
Yeah, but it doesn't help if they don't see us in that spot. But I mean, it is a tempting trap.
I think it's been done.
So, yeah, I'm fine with that.
And the two
However
of you
y'all
are
wanna
good
do
at
it.
the hiding, right? You guys can hide? Sneak
Yeah,
in the
I'm great at hiding.
grass nearby?
Yeah, I'm good at it.
I can. I'm not great at it by any means, but I can.
I'm pretty good.
There you go, Tara. That's what.
That's not an Ewok at all.
But it's cute and adorable. Fine.
So, we're just going to ambush them if they attack it.
I mean, yeah, I think that's a start. At least maybe we can.
Okay.
How long does comprehend languages last when you do it as a ritual?
1 hour.
Can you do that every hour just so it's up and going so we can question them?
Yeah. I can't
Um,
question them, but I could understand what they say.
Right, but I could say like, hey, talk in common. Do you speak common? You can hear what they respond to at least. And if they respond in giant, at least I'll know if they can understand me or not.
Okay.
All right. So I need to. Oh, nope, that's not where I wanted to put you. Damn it.
It's so cute.
So, has anybody ever seen the movie Ewoks?
Yeah, Dan, it's my favorite one.
Okay. Well, there's 2 of them, so.
The first one.
All right, so here you go.
So crazy.
This is Wicket. Dinner. I mean, there's a look on the face.
Yeah, no, they look crazy in the home booth. They look insane. Sorry, Disney. They look crazy.
But as you no. So are you doing the wow, why can't I type?
I mean, doing the whole "oh no, we're stranded" thing makes sense.
Okay.
If you want to try that first, and then if that doesn't work, we can always then go to move in. You know.
Okay. All right. Well, G-O-B-L-I-N. Okay. As whoa.
Aww. Is there a bathroom break needed?
No, we just took one.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have to go in quick succession. Sometimes that can happen, you know.
Everybody give me a stealth check who's doing the ambush.
Are you going to pass without a trace, or is it just a stealth check?
Let me see. Hold on. Let me look at my. I would like to hold
All right, let's
on
see.
to
What
that.
I'm gonna use
Because-
this dice, not that one.
It's a 30 for me.
Hey, I'm gonna be pretty sure to bring that down. How's that sound?
Mine's a 15 in the air.
Okay.
7.
All right. Boom. Boom.
7, 30, 15, and whatever Harvey gets.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, hey, there's a bunch of goblins. Where do you want us?
To
Right
the
there.
south. Yeah.
To the south. Okay. I'm pretty sure. I think I'm hidden. I think I'm doing good, but I'm a little antsy.
Harvey rolled
After
a
sure.
19, so 29 with pass without trace.
I didn't do pass without trace unless it
Oh,
was
okay.
still up from. I mean, I don't know how long it took us to get up there.
Yeah. Okay, no. All right. Yeah. As you are coming down, you see a formation of goblins coming around, trying to be sneaky. And yeah, they're not being all that sneaky.
Where's our caravan? Exactly.
Let's say right there.
All right, then I'm going to be over there watching.
Yeah. And you see a couple of hill giants just pass beyond there. These hill giants seem to be walking oddly.
Walking oddly. Okay. Like they're being made to walk, or like they're injured?
Like maybe they have vertigo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got some dizzy giants. All right. All right. Don't quite know what that means, but all right.
Okay. Yeah, they're probably about 50 yards apart here, and you got about 15 yards back here,
Is that 3 and something feet per yard?
something like that. Yeah.
So, looking and doing some of the math, if I center it like right here, if I decide fireball, I should be able to get all of them. if I decide to do that. 'Cause it's like 280.
All right.
It'd be clipping that
There you
guy.
wanna do?
Yeah, we're talking about sneaking.
Yeah.
And I can't speak goblin, I can't speak giant unless somebody else wants to try something.
I can
But
speak halfling, orc, dwarvish, and elvish.
Okay.
So I can't really.
yeah, so I have comprehend languages going, but they're in a daze. Like,
Yeah, I don't know. They have
drunk?
vertigo, so like. I feel like they might be being controlled by something.
Okay.
Maybe there's a reason all of the
Giants are.
giants have come together. Maybe the goblins are the bad ones, and they're controlling the giants with some magic or something.
A goblin shaman of sorts.
Mm-hmm. Maybe
Do
that's
we
why they're
see
all
any of them?
together.
Any goblin shamans?
You don't see any goblin shamans, but you do realize that some of these goblins, like, for lack of better description, are steampunkish.
Look a little more decorated,
Right.
smarter, perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay.
Weird. Well, what's the call?
I think we wait till they get closer. Try and divide them up some, or I mean, we shouldn't stay all in a group. That just seems like a bad idea.
Okay. Well, as y'all are jibber jabbering, they do get closer, and any of y'all speak Goblin?
Nope.
I got comprehend languages, so I would understand what they're saying, but I wouldn't be able to speak back.
Okay. You hear that they say, "All right, fire!" as a rain of arrows come flying down on that direction. Who's all right by the cart?
I am
That
not.
would be me.
I was off to the east.
Alrighty. Go ahead and give me a deck save.
Okay. Do I have advantage since I'm by the cart?
Sure, I'll let you have advantage.
Let me check. I think that's a +5. It's not going to be high. 14.
Ooh. Just as you realize that you have a rain of arrows coming down through, you kind of dive underneath the cart, but one happens to nail your foot, and you take 1 point of damage. Really? Okay.
Ouch. I am
I
very
mean,
much.
it's still not. You don't want to take it, like.
Yeah. So I know what I'm gonna do since they're attacking the cart.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and, if we can, before we get an initiative, as they're getting closer and starting to like rain down stuff, I would like to try and move out a little bit, like to the right and up.
Okay.
How far is I mean, this isn't right feet wise, right?
It's 70 to
Right.
5, so 30 feet of movement. 7 times 3, 210.
So I can move.
70 times.
I'm sorry, you said 210?
So 30 feet of movement. You had 70 feet to move 5, so you got 6 blocks. So 70 times 6 actually. So that's 360, right?
Okay. 7 times 6 is
36,
Hey,
right?
Marcus,
Yeah.
30.
can you
No,
just
6
turn the
times 6
grid
is
on for this map?
36.
Okay, so 41. So 410.
42. Okay.
Yeah. Let me.
That looks kind of right for 30 feet.
Yeah. If I could, I would move back in this area.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, make sure these guys have a nice day.
Let's see.
Can't hit the cart, but it will.
Well, I'm going to try and get behind one of the giants and quietly just like,
Pop.
stab him a bunch.
Oh, I'm gonna need more D6 than I have out. That's 66.
Yeah.
8.
Why won't you go back to the back? Nope. How do I turn the fucking grid on?
It's all
Should
right.
be up in the gears.
We know
I mean,
roughly
if
how
you know
much
the numbers, it should be fine.
Oh. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Somebody to love. Aren't you? Okay. Well, yeah, these guys here are approximately 20-foot circle area, 20-foot circle area, 24.
Yes. So
Sure.
from looking around and doing the math, it would be these ones, or just these two right here, and then everyone else would be within range. If I was able to cast it
Okay.
before initiative, or I'll cast it on my turn.
Well, you guys, well, no, actually, y'all took your time. Oops.
Marcus, would I have been able to make that move before
Yes, I'll allow that move beforehand.
I'm back there with the stealthy?
That's funny. The character who does not have advantage on initiative rolls
Uh-huh.
rolls halfway decent initiative.
I don't have advantage on initiative. I just have a higher.
No. I'm talking about my two.
Oh yeah.
My Friday night game character has an advantage on initiative rolls, and I'm always rolling at the bottom of the list.
Oh yeah. I know what you're.
This one
I
is
know
just he's got a plus. He doesn't even have the dexterity that the other one has, and he is rolling pretty high for his initiative.
Oh wow, some of those goblins are going to be on my initiative as well.
I got Dex of 14.
I got a dex of 18.
Okay, so you go first. All right, now that everybody's rolled. All right, Kurt.
All right, so can I get a dexterity saving throw? I believe is fireball for basically all of them in this area.
Okay, that's 5, 9, 6, 7. Okay.
It's like 13, I think.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Uh, oh, damn.
15 is the number.
Well, Giant rolled
Oh,
a
shit.
7 and a 0. Okay.
I mean, if you're going to fail, do it. You know?
You said 15's the number?
Yep, 15 is the number.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of all them save.
Okay.
So what's the damage?
Adding it up.
Lots.
All right. And then these ones.
No, and then.
So that's going to be 12 more. All right, so it is 36 for the ones that failed and 18 for the ones that succeeded. So 36 on a failure and 18 on a success. As I just launch out a little bead and nail as many goblins as I can.
Did you say these two were involved as well?
Yep, these
Okay.
ones.
Alright.
Shush.
You said 30 something?
36 on a failure.
Okay.
And I will begin my little blade
Damn.
song.
Alright.
As a bonus action. And yes, I will take more cover if I can get it by moving just a little bit to my right.
Sparky.
I was not prepared. I'm gonna hex. Which one of these look like they get the worst of the fire?
They both look the same. They both failed.
That's right. I'm gonna hex this one.
Okay.
One of them shot me in the foot with an arrow, so they all paid.
Disregard the roll. I was just casting the spell. I'm going to target his disadvantage on ability checks. It'll be his strength.
Okay.
And
this is Hex,
mhm,
correctly?
Yeah. And I'll go ahead and get right behind his head.
Bop. Okay.
I don't have advantage, I'm sure. Well, no, I had a 15 on my stealth. Did they see me?
Just trying to get some verification. It targets a creature.
What?
A creature is anything in the monster manual, basically. It's not a humanoid, it's not an undead,
You're
it's
talking
not
about
a
my
dragon.
hex?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it targets
they're-
anything.
Yeah, creatures are the broadest term.
Oh, okay.
As, versus like a humanoid. And then it's like, oh, well, like the difference between a wolf and a dire wolf and a winter wolf. Wolves and dire
Mhm.
wolves are beasts, winter wolves are monstrosities.
Okay.
Owl bears are
So
monstrosities.
they see me with a 15?
No, they do not.
Alright. So the first hit's with advantage. Well, wasn't a 20, but it was a 15. A 16.
Okay, that hits.
Alright, the second one's going to be a 15.
Okay, that still hits. 15's the target number.
Alright. Alright, so not counting the hex, which gives me. They didn't pop it up there, so I could read it. So I'll just stick back and look at it. D6.
Okay.
So it's going to be 11 plus 6 necrotic. The second hit will be 6 plus 2 necrotic.
So 20. Right. 11, 6. It's 17. I'm sorry.
11 to 6, 17.
17
Second one was 6
and 2,
so it'd be
8.
23.
So
25.
And 2 makes
25.
25. It's 25 points total. But I split it up for you, so I guess I don't need to worry about that, right?
no. As you said you struck its head?
Yeah.
Okay. You're going there and you bash, and you see the head's kind of creaked over, and you notice a tear, and you hear some kind of engine work coming from inside.
Oh, this is your jam, Sparky.
You'll you can have a flesh golem hill giant.
Well,
Oh,
not
shit.
necessarily flesh
A
golem.
literal flesh suit.
What would be really cool is we could infiltrate that whole place with you and one of those.
You notice that the outer skin is kind of made of plaster.
How realistic looking is it?
As you give me a perception check. Huh?
17.
As you sit there and stare and stare and stare at the faces of these, you realize something's off. These
Okay.
aren't real hill giants. But if you were running and look back, those look like hill giants to you.
All right, so we don't have to go defeat all the hill giants. We just gotta stop all the goblins. Cool.
Yeah. So yeah, it's goblin turn. He's confused on how the hell half his party. So he's gonna 10, 15. Yeah, he goes about there. All right. Go ahead and get
No, he's not. Okay, so I'm going to cast Zephyr Strike on myself.
Okay.
And then let's put that in chat for you.
So you take 10 points of damage.
No. What
That's force
happens?
damage.
Well, hold on. I am going to be able to attack extra with it. So Zephyr Strike, I have an extra 30 feet of movement, so I'll have 60 feet. So I'll be able to stop that one. I give myself advantage on one weapon attack roll. So my first attack to him is going to be on advantage.
Mm-hmm.
14 on the dice plus the what is this? Or 7 for my rapier. So 21 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's going to be a D4, or I'm sorry, a D8 plus the extra D8 of damage. Oh shit, that's double eights on the dice. Plus 4, so 16. So that's 20 for my first attack.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So how far was, sorry, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this one. How far was there to there? That's, I'd still have about 10 feet of movement left, probably.
Sure.
Can I get to these guys? Probably not.
No, you're about 10 feet short.
Yep. All right. I used my bonus action already. I have one attack left in about 10 feet. I'm going to just move to like here and have my weapons out and look from side to side and go, it's time to play. And that's it.
Okay.
Not that I'm talking to any, I realize as it's coming out of my mouth, they're not real creatures. So,
Yeah.
cool.
Well, this one here, oops, did not mean to do that, kind of turns from you and reaches back behind him, picks up this rock, and this odd, like, double dexterous type throw. that hurt the shoulder.
It's not creepy at all. Yeah. They're double jointed. You're not.
No. Uh, so he throws a rock at you. Whoo! You're lucky he doesn't have advantage.
I was just thinking that. I'm like, oh shit, do they have advantage?
So that is. Does 11 hit you?
No.
Okay.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay. Then that's his turn. All right. So that was his turn. This one goes and tries to whack the 19 and 27.
Sparky.
Was that the target?
Yeah, sorry, it's the one that's in front of you.
Okay. Yeah, they hit.
Okay, that's 19 and 27, so that's 32 points of damage.
Ouch.
19 plus 17.
15 and 17.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, 15 and 17. Okay.
I look over. Don't like that.
No.
Hold on. My dumbass forgot somebody.
He's fine. He's hiding. He's scared.
Oh, wait.
He's hiding in his hat.
We might want him to come out.
So, actually, the first one will hit. The second one won't.
Oh,
Yeah, because I'm going to activate the staff's charge on the first hit.
okay.
It says when you hit, if you take damage while holding the staff, you can use your reaction to expend 3 of the charges, whereupon you turn invisible and teleport yourself along with any equipment you are wearing or carrying up to 60 feet to unoccupied space that you can see. So yeah, he hits me with that first one, and it looks like I'm gone.
Like,
You just turn into a poof.
Right.
So I'll go ahead and give myself back the 17.
All right.
So yeah, even whoever's driving it may have thought, oh, I killed that thing in one hit. And who knows, my party members might think the same thing, because I am still invisible, and I'm 60 feet away.
All right.
And we said 70 is 5?
Mm-hmm.
70 feet of movement is 5 feet. So yeah, what was it? 70 times 6, 410? No, 430 is 30 feet. So 860 would be.
Well, this is within 60, so I'll just pop over here by the wagon. Invisible.
Okay.
So yeah. Sparkles just blew up and disappeared. Just vanished with one hit.
Okay.
Now I'm glad I didn't use it when I was facing the ogres. I wouldn't have had any charges left.
Okay. All right.
So has much been said on either of their ends after the fireball and throughout the fight?
oh yeah, it's good to ask.
Well, you heard the one goblin go, "Oh shit, I'm out of here."
And then not get out of here.
Yeah. All right. This hill giant, just as the other, does that weird throw and smashes into the cart for 22 points of damage.
It throws it at the cart?
That's what it was instructed to do. It throws it towards the cart.
Then why did the one throw it at me?
Because you're special.
Because I forgot Harvey at the time. Oh, I need to check something there. So, because Harvey kind of went out of turn.
He can wait. It's fine.
Oh no, he's already done his turn without. Yeah. So, this guy, okay, he's done. All right. So, Harvey goes. Does he happen to see? You reappear.
No,
Or are
I'm
you
still,
still
I'm
invisible?
invisible. I stay invisible.
Oh, okay.
It turns me invisible, teleports me up to 60 feet away, and I remain invisible.
All right.
So yeah, as far as anybody's concerned, I'm gone.
And we don't know about this item?
No, because I didn't know about it.
Okay.
So Harvey looks around, looks at Raylan, sees that he's not hurt, looks over towards Sue, and then he's looking for Sparky. It's like, come on, Balin, you can do this. You can do this all night long. As he
Oh,
gives
no,
you
no, no,
bardic inspiration.
no.
That's a D6.
At this level, his bardic inspiration. Bardic inspiration is a D8.
Oh, D8. Okay, cool.
Nice.
All right. So, Sue, what you see running out from behind the cart is 4 of me as I run up 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
All right.
And kind of get right about there. And then.
Before you attack, I guess I should have mentioned this. You
There
do
won't be.
notice that these three are kind of looking up into the sky and kind of So
Okay,
if you
then I'd
want
be on this side.
That's fair.
But
Okay.
yes, I will not be making an attack right now. I
Okay.
use my bonus action to cast a spell, and then I do not. Actually, let me check. Oh, wait. Double checking. That's an action. Okay, that's why I was thinking that. I don't have any bonus actions I can do right now. But I am blade singing and doing my own thing. So I will be a target if they so choose to take it.
Okay. Yeah, remember the dancing ogres?
Yep.
Okay, those three are looking at, a shiny little gem that's floating in the air.
Cool.
So if you wanted to go towards the two that aren't.
Yeah, I can do that. That would make more sense. So
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30-ish. I will be right there. So brandishing my rapier, waiting.
Okay. Sparky, you're up.
All right. So looking at these, I've realized there's some sort of automaton, right?
Yes.
Being a tinker, would I know pretty much about where the controller would be?
From your own designs, you would think that it'd be roughly in the chest area, since that's where all the wiring kind of comes in together and the muscle controls.
Okay.
So in the chest
and
cavity.
Did I notice what this might be built out of?
You, from what you saw, it appears to be made out of some wood, cloth, possibly textiles that were robbed from these caravans.
No metal.
No, no real metal,
No real
except for maybe the controls and stuff like that. But the outer shell is kind of a plaster. Um, but you know that there could be some bolts or joints or something
metal.
like
Yeah,
that.
not enough to. Won't be enough. All right. So Sparky pops back in place, kind of hovering above the wagon a little bit. He looks at
Okay.
the two that are over there and he says, "Don't get hit by them. They hit really hard. Knocked me into the next week, and I had to fly all the way back to here. And I will cast Shatter on them in the middle, so they can give me a Constitution saving throw. What the?
All right. I rolled a 6 and a 7.
Oh yeah, good. You can take the 6 points.
Oh shit. Because of why not? You know?
Hold on.
Well, you have dice that you normally roll that for, and 6 shatters.
It's 3d8 rolled to 6 somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3, 1, and a 2.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to take that, or do you want to roll your 3d8? Since we do roll our own dice.
Oh, that's right. I did hit that, didn't I? Oops. Thank you for the reminder. It got no habits. I will roll mine. Thank you for allowing me to do so, you illustrious DMU.
Yeah.
Is it less?
5.
9.
Oh, hey, that's better than it's better than 6.
No, it's a 3, a 1, and a 5.
It's better than 6.
Yeah, it's still 9 points.
So actually, never mind. I was
And
gonna
they
say
both
something.
take it, by the way.
Yep. And
Yeah. So it's 18. You did 18 points of damage. Eh? I tried.
But yeah,
Okay.
Sparky is now visible and looks probably bruised real bad on one side.
But hey, these things appear to be made of inorganic material,
Yeah,
yeah.
which is just disadvantage on the save. But
but still.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and move to there. Bam. Going to attack.
Okay.
Okay. That is a 14 plus 7, 21 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
Okay. 2 attacks per action. So it's one. The other one is only a 9. Gross.
Oh no.
3 plus 4. So that's 7 points of damage for my rapier of wounding. And so I'll get
Okay.
to add 2 to that.
Okay.
And then for the short sword.
Okay.
Sorry, hold on. I'm thinking 1 second. Let me take a. My Zephyr Strike allows me to move away without causing any opportunity attacks.
Okay.
So that was probably half my movement.
Okay.
well, you also get an extra 30, do you not?
Yeah.
It's only of that turn, so I think that's only
Okay.
once. Like, how are you reading that? Because to me, it's
Whether you hit or miss until the end of that turn, your movement is increased by 30 feet. So I think what it's saying there, personally, is when you make an attack, whether you hit or miss, you still gain the bonus of the movement. It's like a mini haste.
all right. DM, are you reading it like that?
Sure. Sounds good.
Okay, I'm gonna move. Yeah, I can get next to you, Sparky, and that's gonna be my turn.
All right. And that doesn't provoke, correct?
Correct. That's the spell is basically I can move away without provoking opportunity attacks.
Okay.
Yeah, they hit really hard, Sue. You see, my
Alright.
right arm is kind of hanging funny as well.
Yeah, my next turn is going to be a touch if Harvey doesn't help you.
I'm sure Harvey will help.
Good. And you can also fly up to be out of range.
Yeah,
But
he probably would have helped last turn if I was actually visible.
that's very fair. Probably very true.
Close to hitting, but it doesn't.
Where are you at now?
More than a 27
How'd you get up to 21 and 27 already?
shield.
Because
I'm at a 28.
he has 23 if he casts shield.
You literally have, from what I've seen, it seems like you literally have to crit to hit me now for this turn.
Okay.
Or use up all his shield spell slots.
Yeah.
Well, I also have mirror image going, so if he does hit me, he might not hit me.
Well, do you want to check to see?
No, I'm fine with the shield first. Because there's still 2 other giants besides these 2 in front of me.
Uh-huh.
Marcus is like, what the hell?
How do I change the roll to GM so I can lie what I roll?
I believe that's under the turd button.
Well, you
No.
could always do this.
You could just increase the
Yeah. Okay.
Where is it? There we go. You ready?
Yeah.
No. Still here.
That's your Eldritch Staff.
Oh, well, I meant to do this. That's the staff. Okay, well, let's just roll something else then.
Okay.
We're
Well,
supposed to roll an attack.
Hey! Wait, what? So you lowered your crit range?
No, it just says forced critical hits.
There you
Oh
go.
my gosh.
So any roll, I guess, is a critical hit. I have no idea. Oh, useful for crit damage rolls or melee attacks against paralyzed enemies or using adamantite weapons against objects.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It seems like it's a little overkill, but just to go through all of that just to have that niche.
yeah. But
No.
Harvey comes over and kind of takes your arm. You're right there, little buddy.
Ouch!
Come with
And
me
heals
if you
for
want to live.
33 hit points.
I can only take 18.
You can only take 18?
Yeah, I mean, I'm at
Oh.
42 out of 60. You
Oh.
only hit me once. Remember the first time you hit me? I poofed.
Okay. Well, he's not going to waste that high.
Or something that high then.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
don't waste a big spell. I was just giving it some sort of symbolization that I just got hit by a freaking giant and went poof.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
your tiny
15.
little fairy.
Huh?
15.
Thank you.
Tiny little fairy.
Yeah. Well, you're just talking about how your arms kind of just hang.
Yeah, that's what I
I
thought you
got
were
hit
like
by
that.
a club by a hill giant.
Yeah.
But it would have been a lot worse if I had taken both damage.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that's Harvey.
Thank you, Harvey.
Herbie.
All right. That deals on still like, ooh.
Herbie.
All right. Kurt.
All right, I'm going to make my 2 attacks with my rapier.
Okay.
Unless I decide to concentrate on something. I don't think I'm gonna. No, I'm not gonna. I might. Yes, I will. Bonus action. My blade is now sheathed in shadow and darkness.
Okay.
Is it dim light or dark out where we're at? Are we in any form of shadow weather-wise?
Not really, but
Okay, that's fine.
We'll let the dice decide the fate.
I mean, if we were in the woods, we might be.
Are you in my percentile range?
We wouldn't know.
I got
Literally, that's a
20.
10. I had to sit here for a second. I got a 10 and a 0.
There's a slight shadow casting because the sun's on the backside of the giant. So yes, you're kind of in a dim light.
Perfect.
Why
Wow,
am
I
so
rolled
nice
super
to you
low. That's a 20 or 21 to hit.
all? That hits.
However that works. So okay, let me double check the spell. It's going to be 13 psychic. Does it seem like it takes?
Not really. It takes the damage, but it's nothing more than anything other kind of damage.
Okay, all right. Then second attack. This one will be green flame blade as well. Wow, 3, and a 18.
Hit.
All right. Now this is going to be higher rolls. That is a 16 points of damage. Yeah, it doesn't matter which one's taking it. I'm fine with whichever one you've been taking it off of.
Okay. So
And
you had
then
15 and 16, right?
I don't I don't think the first one was 15.
Oh, what was it?
I think it was 13.
Okay.
I think it was like a 7, a 1, and a
Okay.
something else. And then the one that I've been hitting is going to take, double checking, because this had the green flame on it, 6
Just
points
look
of
at the
fire
visual.
damage. And
Okay.
then the one next to it is going to take 4 points of fire damage.
Okay, I'm going to be nice and say the one on the left takes 7 points of fire damage. And then the other one takes how much you said? 6?
It was just going to be a base of 4.
4? Okay.
I mean, he can stay up if you want. I'm fine with that.
You did a shitload of damage just to leave it at 1 hit point now.
It's up to you.
As you're slicing and dicing, you start to see the paper burn, and it burns it for that 1 hit point.
Okay.
Because it's a freaking plaster paper mache type automaton or whatever.
So, something's wrong with these things. Apparently, they're not actually giants.
I see that.
Right.
This is my first time dealing with them right here.
Oh, okay. Sparky, what you doing?
Sparky's going to fly over here to these that are going, duh, and knowing that there's something. Do I see a back panel?
Give me investigation.
All right. Come on. What is that? Oh, okay, good. I thought maybe it was a shitty roll. It was a 19.
Okay. Yeah, you do see that just below the neck, basically where the T6 vertebrae would be, you see a panel that's there.
So, would you consider that an item interaction?
I would say that you'd have to use your action if you want to open it.
Action, not bonus action?
Roll percentile.
Man.
Nope, doesn't work. I got a 6.
Okay.
Divine intervention would be really handy right about now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Yup.
so it doesn't count as an attack on what's controlling it, which is what's affected by the spell. So if I open up the panel, that doesn't count as an attack, correct?
Correct.
then I will take my action to open the panel and see what's controlling it.
Okay. As you peer in, you do see a goblin sitting in a seat that kind of curves out. You notice that's what's puffing out the belly of this. And he's just kind of looking through what you can assume is maybe the nipple of the filter.
I was wondering why they were so close together.
Yeah. Well, you know, movies tend to sag and hang,
From my
Yeah,
experience, it
okay.
makes them go farther apart.
So that'll be it for my turn.
and okay. So Sue.
Okay. I'm going to move up here to swing around to flank this guy here.
Okay.
I
What is your
have
passive perception there, Sue?
my passive perception's a 15.
Well,
But I'm
with her
honestly, I'm not
passive
looking at
perception,
it.
will she see the fact that I've opened up a panel behind this thing?
Sure, I'll allow it.
Yeah, we only need one alive though.
I mean, there's a goblin right there.
Yeah, but he's all like, you know. But I want to keep the anyway.
No, I was just showing you that.
Oh yeah, gotcha. Okay. So that is a 17 to hit.
That hits.
Oof,
Ow.
yuck. 11 to hit.
No, negative Ghost Rider.
And a 19 to hit.
That hits.
That's a D8, a D6, a D4. Okay.
A D8, a D6, and D4.
Yep. So it's 10 points of damage.
That it, really?
Yeah. Yep. It's not my best dice roll, sir. Not my best dice rolls.
Oh, by the way, as a bonus action on my turn, noticing that the one that I had hexed earlier is gone, I will move the hex to the guy that's inside the vehicle in front of me.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. That's why I was kind of curious on how the hex would work, because it's a construct of sorts.
But you have to see it to cast hex on it, so this makes
yeah.
sense. Yeah, so I'm gonna stay here to divide attention between Balin and I, hopefully. Since those ones are kind of in a daze over there.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Odd or even, Sue?
Even.
All right, even.
All right.
All righty. 22, 21.
Yep.
All right. So
32 points total.
All right.
Yep.
Goblin's like, ooh, ooh. Harvey's like, ow. That looks like that hurt, Sue.
It wasn't great. Yeah.
Now you can use that 30 something.
Yeah.
I'll use my level 1.
That's fine. Healing word. No.
No, I will do my level.
That's all a potion is, right? Speaking healing word in a bottle.
Potion's 2d4.
Okay,
So
it's
it's-
2 words.
Yeah.
Or you said it at
So,
a higher level.
It's a healing phrase.
There you go.
22.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you want to resist it.
And he's going to continue to swing wide and hide in the bushes.
Seems fair. I want them to stay healthy so they can make us healthy.
All right. And that one's going
Don't hill giants have reach?
You want him to kill Harvey.
No,
Don't sacrifice our buddy,
I'm just
boys.
giving Marcus a hard time.
No, you're
Oh.
right. He does have reach, so
I was honestly just giving you a hard time. I didn't know if they have reach or not.
yeah.
Well, I think that's a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, that is.
Well, knowing that, would Harvey move?
He's never seen these things before.
Would he have
He's seen
been
them swing
considered
them.
in? Would he have
Yeah.
been considered in range if he's behind me, though?
10 foot's reach.
Yeah, I'm kind of blocking him. He's smaller than me, so he would have some cover, right?
It was a 27 to hit.
I'm trying, Jesus.
Well, I'm just saying, he would have seen how far they swing. Would he have moved out of the range?
Possibly.
And
A
was
chance of a
spell,
hit.
Was his spell a action or a bonus action?
Okay. His spell was an action. He's going to use his bonus action to rabbit hop, that he can jump 15 feet without provoking opportunity attacks.
Perfect.
There we go. I mean, like I said, I didn't know for certain if they had reach, but
Yeah.
I figured reminding you might change the game plan. Not say, hey, just go ahead and smack him, because he would see the reach.
Jeez
Yeah.
Louise. Who needs enemies with friends like these? Huh?
Exactly.
Kurt,
All right. Let's go 16 to hit.
that hits.
Should I roll both attacks or one's on the other?
He's kind of hardy still, so
That one's cocked, but it's probably not gonna matter. Yep. All right. So both hit. It was a 19 and now a 25-ish. And second one's gonna have the green flame. So that is E. So that's 39 total points of damage.
all right.
Attack. Oh,
Nice.
he seemed to go down towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
I will come over here straight into the little goblin's face as he's dazed and confused. And movement action bonus. Yeah, sounds about right.
Okay. Yeah, he only had 37 hit points left.
Oh, okay, good.
All
I'm
right,
glad I rolled an 8 on that fire.
Yeah.
Sparky.
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
All right.
Excellent. Sue.
Yeah.
The thing in front of me just appeared in front of you.
Did you do what I did with her earlier?
Did you?
Yes, you did.
You just sent me the big baddie?
No.
Or the
I
He
sent
sent
you
you
the
a present.
controller.
Oh,
The little baddie.
the goblin. Okay. That's pretty sweet. Oh, a
so are you
present.
gonna hop in the hill giant now?
Nope, I'm going to jump
Hell
over to
yeah.
the other one and check it out.
We could just have you running around as a hill giant.
No. Me and Harvey. We're both the right size to control them.
Holy fuck yes, please.
2 hill giants.
Yes. Yes.
Oh
We
boy.
need those stats. Let's do it.
Marcus is like, God damn it.
I kind of like this idea.
All right.
Is that
Well,
all your movement? Or
So,
all your-
No, like I said, I did that, and I will move over here. You said I can't mess with the panel as a bonus action, so I will locate the panel.
Okay.
Assume it's in the same location. Do I need to roll any rolls for that?
Nope, it's in the same location.
All right. So
And I'll let you use your bonus action to do it since now you know how it opens.
all right. Well then, it's open.
Okay.
Are they still dazed?
Yes,
Yes.
because it's not an attack.
So I have advantage on all these hits.
You probably have advantage anyway, because he's just, even if he wasn't dazed, he's like, what the fuck am I?
Yeah.
Now,
So,
wait a
we have
minute. The spell that you did on them,
Mm-hmm.
only if you cause damage to them, right?
Right.
So my spell didn't cause any damage.
Yeah. Mine will. Okay. All right. So that is 19 to hit.
That hits.
A 9 plus a 16 to hit.
That hits.
Whew.
I mean-
And 18 on the dice to hit. So all three will hit.
Okay.
Minimum damage?
A lot.
What's the
That's
minimum
fair.
damage?
My minimum damage is like hold on, 5, 9, 13, 14, 15, 16. A 19 is my minimum damage. Oh.
You can still roll,
If you want to roll, go ahead.
because you may have killed him on the first few hits, is why I was wondering what your minimum damage was.
14 plus 19.
So that's 29,
It was a lot.
33.
On your first
Yeah.
two?
Yeah, the first two would have been 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plus 8. So first two would have been a 17.
Okay.
But I'm not going to come attack these guys and he's dazed. So I wouldn't do anything else. I would just move. So I'm going to move down to here. Let's see. 10. Yeah, I can get here. Just to be flanking him in case when you attack him, he wakes up. And that's all I'm doing. And I'll look over at Sparky and go, if you want to send another present, feel free.
All right. All right. The Seal Giants. Wait.
Do you just want to wash, repeat, and just finish this out?
Sure. For the sake of brevity, since
We would
I
murder them.
I plan on knocking this one out. But can you knock it out with psychic damage?
I can
you
knock
do
it out with the hilt of a
non-lethal
sword.
Psychic.
Well, there's more than one, because I'll pop, when it's my turn, I'll pop another one out in front of Sue. So if
Yeah,
you kill that one now, this one will be in front of Sue. So
Yeah, I was thinking of like using the psychic damage not to fry the brain, but to knock unconscious.
Well, maybe someone can cast friend or something on it.
I'm thinking since it's a magical spell and you can't really control that per se, as you could like with the hilt of a blade.
I mean, I also still have the hilt of my blade.
Can we cast friends or something like that on it? Does Harvey or do either of you have something similar?
Yeah.
Harvey does have friends.
So we could cast friends on it and ask it to
We
speak
could
common.
figure that out, next Sunday?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it is, thank you for sticking around with us a little bit longer. It's 15 minutes after 11, but we had this little encounter to take care of. So, well, check with us Wednesday for some organized play for some more Fires of Ra. Friday, we return to deal with the Frost Maiden herself, apparently. And then Sunday we come back and we interrogate a goblin by making it a friend. And apparently Harvey and I have new suits.
Hey, I can comprehend languages and write you notes on what every little switch lever thing does if it's labeled.
See, there we go. So we'll figure out all that next week. So thank you for joining us. Remember, we're in this adventure called Life Together, so please keep that golden rule in mind. Treat those around you the way you'd like to be treated yourself. And with that, have a good week.
All right.